Buenos días. Muchísimas gracias a todos y todas por estar acá. Para Costa Rica es un...
Okay, for Costa Rica, it's an honor to be able to tell you the progress that we have had in the last months to be able to face the wildlife trade in our country. Today, we're going to be with Don Carlo Orrego. We have Gretel Delgadillo, which is our partner of May Society International, and my name is Chirlene Ramirez, and I also work in the Ministry on Environment, and therefore we are going to initiate with a very brief presentation. Okay, in Costa Rica, we have detected that we have a very complex issue because the topic of traffic has been covered in a very fragmented area, and in 2016 we created the National Committee for Environmental Safety, which is an interdisciplinary team, and which is very interesting because this is a partnership between the legal authorities and executive authorities. This group has been working to consolidate environmental safety processes, promoting the interdisciplinary approach, because it's not like we did 20 years ago, which is the hunting and illicit trade of wildlife. These are complex structures where we have a series of factors that need to be worked upon in a very coordinated manner, the same way that the traders need to work together to be able to face. This is like, okay, the different traffickers find different processes and methodologies to go into the illicit trade, and what we have to do as a government is to evolve to be able to face these issues. That's why this national commission, it's a process, it's a coordination process between the different to be able to say that the cases of wildlife trade are happening. The things that are happening are so complex, and we definitely need to act in a coordinated manner. As I was telling you, this commission, it's part of an agreement that we did between the president and of the republic and the president with the president of the Supreme Court of Justice. We've been working for several years in the National Committee of Environmental Safety. It's made up by the environment and energy and also the public safety, which are the people from the executive power and also from the legal power. We have the environmental prosecutor that today we also have Diego Hernandez that from Costa Rica is going to tell us all the different process that we have developing. We have the the judicial investigation processes that belongs to the police, and we also have Interpol. As I was telling you, the idea of the commission is to promote the coordination between the different entities and to cover in this commission. We've been working to develop strategies, process, and today we're going to tell you a little bit what we've been doing. Okay, all the crimes against wildlife. It's one of the strongest areas, and we've been developing a series of strategies, processes to be able to develop protocols, what to do, and when there's something happens at an airport, and how do we coordinate, how do we train, how do we do this command chain to be able to face an environmental crime. We from the environment ministry, okay, the environment ministries are not we don't have the expertise that it's required to be able to understand all the criminal process. Why? Because this is a very complex process, and these structures, it's difficult to be able to see the complete scope. Sometimes the officers just do the seizure in the airport or in the roads or whatever they find. For example, in the networks is something that can be found, but not what it's behind. But we said before, this is not a process that just to go to hunt, or no, it's not. No, no, no. It's an organized crime. It's not just where there are so many people involved. And even there are cases, people of the government that are involved in this type of processes. Okay, the multidisciplinary work, it's some of the most strongest characteristics that we have, because we have within the Environmental Commission, we have veterinary doctors, biologists, police officers, lawyers, people that have a technical and specialized expertise in all the criminal investigation processes, and something that it's a very interesting, that is all the different debates, because as we can do this multidisciplinary work, that it's necessary to be able to face and to follow up all the cases that have been detected when we are, for example, when we detect, when we did, and we've had a lot of cases of Europeans that take certain species from Costa Rica, frogs, plants, etc. That coordination has been strong, as the point that we have established these process for identifying a trafficker in the Interpol, and they even add what we call the purple warnings or the blue warnings or others, depending on the type of crime. It's very interesting. It's It's very interesting, because a couple of years ago in Costa Rica, we had no idea. We had no idea about the criminal organizations and the illicit wildlife trade. We had no idea before 2015 that Costa Rica was an international case study. It was in South Africa, where POW Wildlife, which is an organization that works with us right now in Europe, taught us about this reports about wildlife species that are sold in European markets. And it's very interesting, because they do a lot of studies and fairs and networks about pet sales. And in all the three reports that have been generated, Costa Rica, it's one of the countries that it's offering wildlife species. And this is so interesting, because we in Costa Rica have not authorized the sale of wildlife species. So therefore, when we analyzed this as an environment ministry, this is one of the most impactful things, because the truth is that we had not visualized the criminal organizations in the processes that we had in Costa Rica. Okay, now we are going to welcome Mr. Diego, that is going to tell us about the more prosecutor process, the more organized process that have been researching since in this commission. Diego, can you hear us? Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the organization of the event. That has been excellent. Thank you, and all the colleagues of Costa Rica as well that are here and that are representing the country. And the truth is, it's that the species, that all the traffic that is going on and the general exploitations of the natural resources has a reason, and it's that Costa Rica, it's one of the richest and most diverse countries in the world. You know that our country has 6% of the planet's biodiversity. And this is something that it's reflected in the fact that we have more or less 500,000 species, and we have only discovered 18%. It's to say 91,000 species. There's so much left to discover. And I even want to tell you that sometimes the traffickers, the structural groups locate species that the biologists have not observed in the environment, and these people locate them easily, and they for illegal export purposes. And this is why, because the country has increased its the coverage of forests. We can take that in 2010 we had 2.8 million hectares of forest, and by 2020 these had increased to 3 million hectares. It's to say 5.2%. More or less 400,000 hectares was increased, and this is something that has an influence in this richness, in this biodiversity that our country has. We have a lot of different areas, we have like 12 different life areas, and this doesn't mean that this biodiversity or that this species bank didn't exist. It has always existed. The thing is that it became a trend, and the exportation of species became a trend in Latin America, and their markets when they're highly valued, and this is what has triggered all these criminal structures regarding the species traffic. And I think that our countries have turned like in a bank for the world, unfortunately. And also in Costa Rica, we have the knowledge and the scientific studies, and all this favors the traffic of species. This favors that there is pressure about the resource regarding the loss of biodiversity, the loss of food safety over the sea. There's a lot of pressure on our sea. We can say everything is related, therefore the loss of biodiversity, there generates a pressure on our, and joined to the fact that Costa Rica has preserved the coastlines. We have very rigorous that preserved this, and this is that preserves these ecosystems. Over here, we have a biodiversity policy, and what the Commission does, it's a part of this national biodiversity policy. And this is how we've created the national, this is how we've created this commission, this environmental commission, and the idea is to replicate in these areas where I'm talking to you about, in these preservation areas. Our country, it's divided into 12 preservation areas for administrative purposes. However, the safety ministry, the forensic labs have involved in this purpose, not only trying to repress but trying to prevent. And we want to get to all this administrative units with a regional environmental safety, that cover not only this interinstitutional biodiversity, but also this, because as Shirley well said, and then the knowledge, the segmented knowledge, that it's not enough to be able to combat the environmental criminal purposes, but we need to coordinate the knowledge of all the different prosecutors, of the rangers, of the biologists, of lawyers, of administrative police, etc., so that we can combat in an integrated manner all of this phenomena. Okay, basically, this is the work done by the Commission. At the center of the Commission, we have generated manuals for the idea. It's that the communities are empowered in the fight against the illegal exploitations of natural resources. Because, okay, part of organized crime, and you know this well, you that aren't know that it's corruption. There wouldn't be organized crime without corruption. And sometimes this corruption permeates the political environment with the resources that we need to fight against the poverty by exploiting natural resources. That's why from the Commission we have explained to the communities that this is not the pathway to come out of poverty, that our country has betted on the preservation, the sustainable tourism, and that more than and the unmeasured exploitation of this resources, it's going to generate safety, the lack, and also. And that's why this is going to affect the quality. That's why from the Commission we have generated manuals so that the people can that they are able to detect in the communities richness of officers that manage the natural resources. And this is so important, and I say it and I can stop repeating this, is that an officer that grants authorizations or permits to access to natural resources has to be seen as a judge, because in their hands we have all this biodiversity, all this natural heritage of all the people in Costa Rica. And that's why we have to combat corruption, because unfortunately they get to at political levels, and that's why we have pressure to be able to make more flexible the regulations that give more access to natural resources. And this dissemination and empowering activities for citizens has made the claims to increase in an exponential manner in our country. Okay, now to talk a little bit about the criminal phenomenon. Yes, we have seen the structures in the exploitation of the wildlife in the import with the characteristics of organized crimes. There are very well defined roles. We have people that compile wildlife that don't do it in an isolated or sporadic manner. They do it in a systematic way. As a matter of fact, we find mites when we are able to seize a collection that is being exported, which means that there is a storage, there is a collection of species that are highly valued. We have the donkeys that are the ones that take this, and of course, we have the people that demand and pay a lot of money for this type of goods. I can also tell you that we talk about valuable timber, a container of cocobolo in our country, which is timber. And sometimes, if you wanted to help me with the scientific name of the cocobolo, but okay, cocobolo is worth like $30,000-$40,000, but in Asia it's worth $500,000, and that's why we talk about how well paid are our natural resources and how well paid it's our biodiversity. And here it's very important that the exploitation of wildlife not only happens in trade through social networks where they are offered and they lead us to make very controlled purchase to do telephone tracing up to the moment, and we're able to certify before a judge of a trade or an export through the airport, of our biodiversity. But also, and we can say that our fauna, it's being exploited in areas where they're managed in series that have the permit for something, and where we need to make this more flexible. This is they have the permit to rescue wildlife animals. However, they start to offer them to tourists an interaction with the fauna and with all the negative consequences that this may have. Or they also offer tours towards paths where we are going to find species, and like the titi monkey, like the danta. And what this means is that these species are becoming pets, and they're going to be in very small spaces. And this is the price that it's being paid, that this is the price that the wildlife is paying because of organized crime, up to the point that Grafilac, which is a financial group in Latin America, has seen in this phenomenon an emerging threat. And that's why it is the third more profitable business in the world. We have all these pathways that go from our country to Asia, to Canada, North America, where some of our species, some of our endemic species, are so well paid. And what else can I tell you? And we can say that the pathways sometimes use points in our borders. It's to say, through using through roads, they export timber like cocobolo, or wildlife species, or even fins, of some kind of some shark, to countries where the legislation is much more flexible, like Nicaragua. And there they use ports and airports to be able to export them. But we also use our mail, where they declare that what's being exported are crafts. What happens is that they are very rich collections of amphibians, or of little frogs. They are a species on the verge of extinction that have a very high value in international markets. And I think you all know that, because you are in this process. It's that the drug dealing sometimes have problems with their flows, and they've selected wildlife as an alternative way. And it's also been very important for this type of criminal networks. Okay, maybe I want to tell you this, that our countries have turned in world suppliers of our biodiversity, and this is something that it's only going to be accomplished by attacking this organized crime figures through institutional actions, through police intelligence, which is what we're trying to accomplish with the environmental safety commissions. We have recently created a very specialized sections for environmental crimes, and this is part of the improvements of Costa Rica for this crime. That's why we're going to have a specialized police officers, but not with an overload of roles. And also, thanks to international cooperation, we are going to be able to create, through the National Environmental Safety Commission, we're going to create a molecular biology lab to be able to identify species that it's unique in Latin America. I think that only Colombia has one, and in Canada, but Latin America, it's one of the few, and this is going to allow us to detect the illegal trade of wildlife, not only in the export, or where the individual it's kidnapped by us, but we're going to be able to identify, for example, kind of animals that without this lab we wouldn't be able to determine the species. And that's why the environmental crime. Okay, I think we talked about this. Okay, basically, this is the image that I wanted, or the message that I wanted to transmit. in this forum. That's why it's very important to understand where we include the international illicit trade, and that's why we need to do that from all from all perspective regarding corruption, permits, and even the actions of the criminal structures. Enjoy your day, and I'm so happy to be here with you. Thank you so much, Luis Diego. Thank you so much. Okay, the truth is that prosecutor office it works with technical criteria. They are biologists, and the truth is that they work and they have a lot of very solid technical knowledge. We are going to go to Doña Gretel Delgadillo, which is one of our main partners and in Humane Society, and that they have a lot of experience working in Latin America and all the countries in Latin America, and also in Colombia as well. And we've been able to do a partnership from the environment minister to be able to work with their knowledge that they have to be able to support to, as a government, obtain support to use a series of projects and very specific elements of illicit wildlife trade, but also other elements that compose wildlife. Okay, we from the civil society have always had the need, and we can say the initiative of looking for spaces with the different governments, with the different government entities to be able to work in a very coordinated manner in these processes, especially in the case of trying to combat the wildlife traffic. Okay, what we do, and we have a lot of organizations. I'm sitting here in the name of Humane Society, but I also represent the consortium of organizations that are here, which is the FAO, and also the Defenders of Wildlife, that it's also an international organization, and together we're working on this proposal and also in this clear line of action. This was a very interesting process because we from the NGOs, normally we have very strategic lines, we have goals, we have things that we want to do, we have topics that we want to promote in our countries and in our regions. But we know that one of the best ways to work and to maximize the resources that are rather scarce in these topics are strategic partnerships. In this case, we ally with the government of Costa Rica with its different powers, the legal powers and the executive powers, and directly with the National Environmental Safety Commission. And it's been a lot of time, a lot of months, and trying to do a very exhaustive analysis regarding the needs that the Commission had regarding resources, regarding the strengthening of processes, etc. And we tried to analyze the work plan that the Commission had and that had been considered for the next years, and all of this it was easy to integrate it to the needs that we currently have as an organization, and we find a very strong and solid coordination. Therefore, what we want to do in this project that we are starting now, and that it's going to have a timeline that goes until the end of next year. It's going to be a reflection of this coordination between what we decide to do as an organization along with the Commission, reflecting what is the national reality, what do we want to do in these topics, and how do we maximize the resources. Therefore, this project, it's divided in three strategic lines. The goal is a very macro goal that it's associated with the reduction of illegal hunting, and also that transits to Costa Rica, because as Shirley well said, this is a multifactorial issue that it's complex to understand. That's why we are here, and to be able to see how we can figure out that puzzle and how we can work on it. Therefore, the main reason to work on this is with the Environmental Safety Commission, which is the institution that it's compiling all the law enforcement agencies. In this case, the legal power through the all the organizations or legal or legal police or judicial police, and they also have the participations of the wildlife officers from the Energy and Environment Ministry, and we also have other relevant stakeholders in the process, and we're going to see that there are many other people involved in this process. Okay, one of the macro goals, which is really to increase the capacities that the law enforcement agencies to be able to seize, to transfer to the investigation agencies the different components of the illicit trafficking of and also to the through awareness and training, and this is associated to the strengthening of capabilities that we want to accomplish in the area, and there are other activities that we want that means a lot of intelligence, for example, in aspects related to trade. It's a very wide umbrella, and the truth is that we want it to have a very base knowledge of all the organizations, of all the institutions, even with the private sector. The prosecutor was mentioning the mail. For us, it's very important that we're all coordinated and aligned, and that we keep the same action line. When we talk about goal number 2 of this strategic line here, we have everything. It's associated to the implementation, in this case, the judicial police, and the prosecutor mentioning at the end. Right now, we have a new specialized commission of environmental crimes with more than 20 officers working in this area, and this is one of our main allies in this. Partners in all this capacity strengthening, because they come from other areas, and that doesn't mean that this is associated to wildlife or biodiversity, and that's why it's a perfect space for this specialized training. That's why we're going to talk about the management of seized wild animals, and the management of, and also very specific things associated to the the labs for flora and fauna, so that they can do intelligence activities and many other activities that are encompassed here in goal number 3. It's related to what we call the different judges and the prosecutors, and this is going to be a very intensive training activity to strengthening the capabilities that many have. There's a high turnover of staff. This is a reality in a region, the turnover rate. In these process, we always listen that we train people and that apparently it never ends. But the truth is that this processes never end, because our officers change the whole time. And this is one of the tasks that we have to face now, and also to have the same action line, to have the same message, and to have these different ways of seeing the organized crime associated to wildlife trafficking. These are our partners. Of course, we have a lot of people that are going to be part of the process. But from my organization, from Humane Society, I have the support of the headquarters in the U.S., and of course with all the members of FAWA, Defenders of Wildlife. We're going to do this together and accompanying the government of Costa Rica, and which is through this environmental commission, which is a cross-sectional access. They are the ones that receive this strengthening of capabilities, and all this thanks to the U.S. and the INL, and which is the main funds, the main funder in this case. That's why we hope that in the third high-level conference we're going to be able to present many of the results that we're going to be able to compile and that we're going to harvest throughout this time. So please keep tuned. Okay, now we are going to listen because, as you say, we have a lot to do in Costa Rica. We've been working strong, and this work has led us to promote a series of the process. For example, the inclusion of the crystal frogs in the Annex 2, because Don Carlos Mario, which is the league, it's going to tell you what have been the perspectives and what do we want to do and why we as a country and also with a series of proponents are want to do the or do we want to work before the Secretariat and for the next COP, and that's why our colleagues from Panama are going to help us to promote the inclusion of the frogs. Okay, thank you so much for being here. And okay, I think that Costa Rica being a case of study, the fact that we were a case study after London 2018, we defined that illicit trade, it's an organized crime, and therefore we wanted to include the crystal frog in the Annex 2 of CITES, and we just presented, and we were not able to get to approve it because of we were missing a vote.
After that effort and after we've complied with all the requirements of the conference to include a species in Appendix 2, allowing a regulated trade, we didn't pass. We are now approving the proposal. Right now we've included all the Telonidae family because of the complexity, the principle of similarity to identify a species from another. And that makes it impossible for traceability of this species that's being impacted in all the European markets as a species that's being auctioned in these European fairs, which is extracted from the wilderness because we don't have locations where the crystal frog is being bred or it's reproducing for that trade. So these slide shows the distribution area and the endemism of these species. You see Colombia here with 31% of endemism, and this is a country like Venezuela, very important like the others in all the range of distribution. And the ones that want to use these statistics to make a proposal more robust. Right now, we are having the consultations with other countries enhancing this proposal. Now, our goal is that June 17th we can file it so we can see this in COP19 in Panama. This slide shows the percentage of a presence of a Telonidae family in each of the countries, and we see the imports in the U.S. Recorded since 2004 until 2016. We thought that they were listed in the UICN. The 71% of these species are evaluated and are declining in natural environment. This similarity between these two frogs has allowed a trade at the pet level that has doubled in time considerably, and European, German specifically markets have been serving their demand through the markets in the area of distribution in the Americas with the presence of this very valuable species that has displaced other species in cities like elephants, and it's stealing all the discussions during COP plenary sessions. What I was saying, the principle of similarity makes it difficult to differentiate them, so we have decided to include the whole Telonidae family in Appendix 2. Appendix 2 for cities is regulated trade. With this, we are providing traceability, and we're following up as it corresponds for all countries that are part of CITES, so that we can have these reports in each of the countries. Now we are talking about illegal trade reports. Since these crystal frogs are protected in many of the states in the area of distribution, we believe that many of these individuals appear in the market through illegal channels. They're captured in the wilderness. For example, many of them are collected through investigation or research permits, where unfortunately we don't have any monitoring to these authorized numbers or quantities, and oftentimes they just go out illegally to serve the European markets. So for us, it is of vital importance. So this is why I was making all this introduction. In 2019, we presented the proposal. We didn't pass, as I said. We applied to be the host of the COP. Then COVID hit, and then Panama took the host again. We're happy to be there, and we want all the countries in the distribution area, this is our message today, to support the inclusion proposal of the whole family for the crystal frog, which is our goal and challenge for the COP19 in Panama. Thank you very much. As you have seen, we have a specialized group working on wildlife trade and every other environmental offense. Our regulation is strong, is robust, is solid, and we have some modifications that we are proposing from the Commission to enforce the penalties on over these crimes, especially on illegal trade. And we also have the support of a civil society working very strongly with us back to back, so that the Costa Rican state can have that support from NGOs who are the representation of those people that want to support these conservation processes. So we want to end this presentation with our glass frog, which is our case study, and we know there is still information going through research because or due to the trade with this glass frog species, and we're very concerned. And we want to see if there is the possibility to include these species, this Centralidae family, because researchers have determined that for this species to be identified, it's got to be through DNA, because there's no possibility to identify this species just by looking at the individuals. Their taxonomy is so complex that it makes it difficult to identify the individual just by the bare eye for those police agents at the customs who are not very specialized. So do we have time for questions? I think we have just a few moments for questions. Is there anybody here in the audience? Thank you very much. Question about the case study on the glass frog, and it is what's the reason why there is a difficulty to include it in Appendix 2 in the CITES? I'm just out of curiosity, what's the rationale behind those that are against including them? Because it would facilitate that solution. Somehow the inclusion into the conference requires a robust technical document with the statistics on illegal trade and all this trafficking, a lot of information that many times the countries have but have not reported or recorded. So there is a gap from the countries, not only with the glass frog, but with many other species that are intended to be listed in the CITES appendix. So ideally, we want to make the proposal more robust and cover those substantial gaps on the statistics in those countries in the area of distribution that because of some reason didn't respond on time when collecting information, because their times and processes 90 days before the conference, the proposals have to be there in Switzerland. The co-proponents have to also send by certified mailing the support they want to give to the proposal because they consider it is important, vital, robust, and because they're part of a distribution zone. Then we go to the conference. It is a lobby that all proponent or proposing countries have to do with Africa and Europe because these are decisions that have to be made. I mean, 2/3 of the presidents at the conference decide if there is inclusion or not. If a third party opposes, 2/3 decide the inclusion of a species in the appendixes. So it is a process that we have to reinforce. We are waiting for Colombia. We spoke with the minister yesterday, and we have submitted the consultation to the scientific and administrative authorities of all the countries in the area for distribution. We are about to submit an improved version, the co-proponent letter, because the deadline is that this is in Switzerland on June 17th. So that's the effort, and we're inviting Colombia. So please, Colombia, get it done so we do this together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all attendees. I'm Nicolas Franco, I'm the Director of Security of the Land Transportation Station in Bogota. Statistically speaking, from this bus station, one of the more recurring crimes is wildlife illegal trade. So together with the police and the authorities, we've been doing different type of measures to identify and avoid this recurring crime from our transport stations. So the question for you from Costa Rica is at the preventive level. What do you suggest we do as port terminals where we have all these many passengers and flow of people, so we can send a very specific message to avoid that people commit this type of recurring offense, namely illegal trade of wildlife? One of the things that we are about to do this year is that inside the port we have an action protocol. Oftentimes our airport is not as big as yours, but depending on the people that are there, they're not properly trained. They don't have the step-by-step and what to do when facing these type of offenses with live animals, dead animals. So what we are going through is an interagency protocol, and what we want to do is a set of announcements inside the terminal, strong, straightforward announcements, including all penalties that a perpetrator would have to go up against, because many times, people do it in good faith because they're not clear. They just want to carry an animal because, okay, this is beautiful, I want to take it with me, but there are some others that are not acting in such a good faith. So in the airports and bus stations, we have very close contact with them, so we want to have this opportunity where we can develop these announcements, this sign posting, and posters and signs, banners, so people can know. Not only the offense itself, but what's happened with these animals and the well-being, because many of them die out of stress. One of the biggest seizures we had of glass frog, it was this Russian citizen carrying more than 100 individuals. He was just at the airport and he was traveling to Europe. When the seizure took place, there were like 15 frogs dead, because since it is an illegal business, these animals are in very bad condition. They're just covered and hidden away. So we want to combine those two things. On the one side, the penalties, and on the other side, the suffering of the animals, the individuals, and a good warning for the perpetrators that the rules are going to be applied and enforced. Good morning, everybody. I'm Carmen Medina from Panama, Minister of Environment. I want to congratulate you for that initiative. Very, very hard work, non-stop, because you need to be updating all the time. So the modus operandi these perpetrators use change all the time. And we, the inspectors, have to do the same. And going back to the previous question, it is very difficult. We provide constant training to the airport personnel, public forces and prosecutors because, well, I tell them all the time, you know, I really admire what they do working in surveillance in ports, airports, and everything, because they have to watch every offense, every crime. But at least they should have knowledge. They're not gonna know it all, but at least they should know that, okay, these could be a crime, and having that interagency collaboration so that at that moment they can make the proper calls and ask and say, tell me, how do I do this? Because we know that those positions are very complex, and knowing everything, that's going to be impossible. Nobody does. So having that interagency coordination has to be very clear, very straightforward, and 24/7. Unluckily for many of them, but if you really like this and you enjoy this and you like doing your job, we can do it. And as long as we have these people at the airports, at the terminals, with that willingness to help to counteract this crime, we walk all together hand in hand, and we're going to do a very good job in counteracting this crime. And in Panama, we have evaluated the proposal, and we are about to send this official collaboration letter. We got it. Is there any other question? Otherwise, we can wrap it up. Thank you very much for your attention and your presence, and we are at your service. Thank you very much. This is a campaign we have in Costa Rica promoting the best practices, because in tourism, for example, we have in wildlife trade in the touristic sector. So people are capturing wild animals and bring them to hotels for photography with the tourists, and animals are changing their natural behavior. So what we're promoting is a campaign where we give we give an option to the tourists so that they take a photograph. They can take as many pictures as they want, but they can support the campaign as a way to manifest or to express their support. So that's what the campaign is about. Hashtag is Stop Animal Selfie. So you take the selfie with this teddy animal. You can do it at home, and then you just hashtag Stop Animal Selfie, and then we have this site that repost the photos, and we have photos from hundreds of people around the world. We have people from Japan, from India, from Norway, Europe, almost every country that have promoted and supported Costa Rica, because this is a world problem. It is not just Costa Rica. Costa Rica is 7 in the world. Panama is 8. But the U.S. is number 1. The U.K. is number 2. And there we are. Top 10 of inappropriate photos that bring risks for people, because there is this disease spread because of the contact with these exotic animals, but that promotes illegal trade, and it makes wild animals to change their natural behaviors. Thank you.
great panelists, and over the next hour and 15 minutes, we will be talking about a number of topics on this area. I'd like to very briefly introduce the section and really talk about the unique opportunity that we have in the financial services sector to really disrupt and IWT and prevent this trade. This is really due to the fact that because of AML regulation, we have the ability to prosecute under AML laws for this serious organised crime. Historically, a lot of wildlife crime has been treated as low risk but high reward for those that perpetrate this activity. This is because those that are caught tend to be very low level in the supply chain, and fines and penalties are levied, but they're very low again. With the financial services organisations, we have the opportunity to follow the money and look to identify those at the top of the tier and really address the issue right at the top and prosecute under AML laws. However, the financial services organisations cannot do this on their own. We're really proud to have a number of different organisations on this panel this afternoon talking around the different aspects and how that if we come together as a collective, we can really make a difference. From a United for Wildlife perspective, we really advocate the use of public-private partnerships, and we've seen some great examples from South Africa, Australia, and the United States, where an illegal wildlife trade expert working group has been able to come together under a legal framework, discuss critical cases, and use this framework to speedily and efficiently look to move forward to prosecution. So over the next hour, you'll hear from a number of our kind of key areas and key partners. I'm just going to share the agenda with you before we move on. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague from UNODC, Tim Steele, who's going to give an overview of financial flows linked to illegal wildlife trade. As we move throughout the morning, you'll see that we have presentations on financial crime investigation from Johanny Grossman, the role of law enforcement, an FIU perspective, the FS perspective. So we have Ned Conway from Santander. We have a solution presented to all of us from an IWT toolkit that has been developed with Tim Steele.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. Hopefully my slides are up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I guess you're all in morning time at the moment. Anyone on this side of the world, good afternoon. My job is very much to provide a sort of overview, sort of sketch out the landscape of what the illegal wildlife trade looks like and the various different ways the money can move. So looking at the channels a little bit and looking at maybe the bit of the interaction between the channels. So let me get going. Very first, if we move to the next slide, this is a sort of simple sort of supply chain, looking at how the value chain and who the players on each stage of the value chain. So at the beginning, you have your hunters, your local dealers, your consolidators. Now these can be one organisation, they can be three organisations, they can be many different combinations. Then you have your international transport, which will take the product from the source country to the destination country. Very often that can actually be a completely legitimate company that's simply being used for the transport. Then you have at the destination end, you have the wholesaler, the retailer, and the buyer. Each of these functions will happen. I say I mean, the buyer could go direct to the hunter and do absolutely everything else they want themselves, but quite often the functions are split up, and the organisations running may be a mixture of legitimate and illegitimate. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, some of what is done in terms of moving the money is through what I'm just terming formal financial flows. So this is traditional banking services, checks, deposit, transfers, etc. And these will be often used, particularly around the international trade, around very much at the destination side. I mean, you'll also see the use of value transfer services, and we'll come on to informal ones later, but formal value transfer services to move the money linked with the trade. So first you have the formal sector, which I think quite a few of you represent, and that will show that will very often show as the value of the product gets greater. I mean, looking at an example from a different continent, I don't want to pick anything from your continent in case you actually identify it and think, oh, I'm looking at this particular country. This particular business, it was a family network that was illegally distributing timber and wildlife in Asia. Now, it's important to note they maintained a number of legal businesses, including a zoo, a crocodile farm, which they used to launder the proceeds from timber and wildlife trafficking. So where the businesses were registered, they simply used bank transfers. They simply used the formal banking system. Where they were buying product from other countries, they transferred money through mobile phone banking apps, again, a formal method. So this would be fairly typical. Can we move on to the next slide, please? However, the next thing you will see is informal financial flows. These are very much the unregulated money transfer systems, and the extent to which their presence in your region is less heavily researched from what I can see than in other regions. But typically we're talking about while they're Chinese flying money, sometimes known as fei shen. These systems which operate in a way very much like formal money value transfer systems, but are much cheaper and are unregulated. Now, typically here, what you will see happening is that the informal will be used to transfer money for smaller scale payments to maybe the local transporters, maybe the hunters, maybe the gatherers of product, and that will be largely hidden from the regulatory eye. If we move on to the next slide, please. So, if we look at another example, again, heavily sanitized, this shows up, how the sort of payment channels, payment mechanisms are mixed. What happened here in the origin country was that the poacher received cash from the consolidator who was putting together the stockman for shipment, and the local transporters were paid by in this case, by formal money value transfer system, not informal. Elsewhere you see it through informal. The consolidator who's going to be shipping the goods is paid, actually, in this case, by the wholesaler in a different country, actually in a different continent, by bank transfer. And then when you get the wholesaler gets paid by a whole variety of different methods. Some mobile money methods, some cryptocurrency payments, some money value transfer systems, actually formal bank transfer systems as well. So you're seeing quite often absolute mix in different methods, and sort of trying to be alive to what the business looks like becomes very important. If we move on to the next slide, please. What we need to, the point here is that you need to look at the actors, you need to look at the supply chain, you need to start looking at the different sort of characteristics of how payments are made along the supply chain. Very often legal businesses are used, or apparently legal businesses are used as a front for wildlife trafficking or to launder the money. So, for instance, one area I know well, I know there are multiple different game lodges. It becomes very obvious if you know how the people who own the game lodges live and what their businesses are like. The very prime ones are charging upwards of $1,000 a night per person, and through the season are completely full. The people who own those, they're well off, but they're well off, but they're not extravagant, they're not super wealthy, they're comfortable. They're in the same area, there are other game lodges that are charging $250 per night and are never full. They're working at well below 50% occupancy. And some of the people who own those are extremely wealthy, running strings of polo ponies, etc., etc. It becomes quite obvious when you look at when you know what the legal business in that operation looks like. The clue is the difference for the illegal business. The other thing is when you actually start looking at this, you will start to see that suddenly payments going to different channels, payments going in cash, payments that are not really apparently linked to the actual business. And that's where you start to get your clues. But just be aware of all of those actors, all of those channels. If we're looking formal, the people in the source country who are normally not receiving very much will very often not show up because they're simply paid in cash or through mobile transfers. As you get to the destination, you're going to see a lot more, and you're going to see some very interesting transactions from what are potentially legal companies. Hopefully I've given you a bit of an overview of the actors, some of the channels, and how you have to look at all of them. I think probably my time is up. Thank you very much indeed, Kate. Back to you.
Thanks, Tim. And I think that gives us a really useful insight to the different types of way money can be moved, whether it's through the formal or informal sector. And just to highlight that even in the formal sector, there's different types, as Tim said, mobile money, new fintech, crypto coming along, as well as the traditional banks, all have different risk profiles, which we need to be aware of. And that moves us nicely on to introduce Yohani Grossman. So Yohani is going to talk to us more around the importance of doing financial crime investigation. And Yohani leads the Green Corruption Programme at the Basel Institute. So over to you, Yohani.
Thank you very much, Kate. I hope you can see my presentation. It's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so pleased to have friends on this panel who are looking at the same issue from different perspective, and many of you we've cooperated with for a long time. So today I wanted to speak more specifically about what happens once the private sector has done its work to contribute on the financial investigations. What are the processes and what are the opportunities for financial investigations to identify wildlife crime and punish the perpetrators who go beyond the bottom level poachers and towards the organizers or the masterminds of the criminal organizations. And we have quite a bit of experience with this because we're an anti-corruption, anti-financial crime organization based in Switzerland. We have worked in Latin America for many years and worked on a lot of the big anti-corruption cases with a major focus on recovering stolen assets. So it's a pleasure to be here today. I also wanted to give a call out to my colleague Angelica Ramirez, who is actually in the audience. So if you have any further questions after the panel, you should feel free to talk to her directly as well. So I don't want to go through too many of the points that Tim has already mentioned, just to highlight the fact that environmental degradation and corruption are inherently linked. One cannot function without the other. And this is a really important start for us at the program. I won't go through all the different ways in which they are linked, but just trust me when I say they are linked. Why is this important? Because we feel that that means that the existing anti-corruption tools that exist can be very powerful supporters, can be very powerful impact-leading tools in the fight against wildlife crime and environmental crime more broadly. And that's because environmental crime is also profit-driven. It's not that the criminals don't like wildlife, it's that they see it as a way to obtain profit. We see that there's significant commingling of legal and illegal goods and resources, which represents another possibility. We see the utilization of corporate structures, especially when we talk about forestry crime. As I mentioned before, the extensive intersection with corruption, and of course, the heavy utilization of transport and financial systems, which is, I suppose, why the declarations are being signed this week in Colombia. So we designed a program around this using all of our anti-corruption tools, looking at the enforcement, looking at the prevention, looking at the policy aspects. And I'll be speaking about the first pillar of our programs, which we have been active on the anti-corruption field for a long time. Here you can see a map of the countries where we work. And in Latin America in particular, as I mentioned, we've worked on anti-corruption issues for about 10 years. And since 6 months, it's been very exciting for us because we've had embedded financial investigators and asset recovery specialists in the fiscalias that are responsible for environmental crime in Bolivia and Peru. And Angelica, who is in the audience, is one of those financial investigators. So I thought I would share a few of the initial very promising lessons learned after 6 months of work, which I should put as a caveat, and also highlight that there is a number of tools and products out there that anybody who's interested in this topic would be able to follow up with. I should highlight that our work in Latin America is funded by DEFRA. So thank you to DEFRA for supporting those two experts. And also that there's a number of online courses and online tools that are available for anybody to take, including in Spanish on our website. What have we learned so far on environmental crimes in Latin America and the role that financial investigations can play? So there are a number of challenges that we have had to face and that I imagine any other authority will also face as they pursue this opportunity. The first is that the environmental prosecution services tend to be quite small in size. Except for Brazil and Peru, we're looking at relatively modest operations, sometimes not even dedicated units. So the focus in some countries is, for example, between drugs and environmental crimes merged into one prosecution unit, which doesn't allow for a lot of specialization, of course. The second is that those units that have environmental prosecution services typically don't have great financial investigation skills because the focus is more on possession and illegal trade. And so there is a cross-sectoral cooperation that's typically required. The penalties tend to be quite low. We haven't seen yet the reforms that we have seen in Africa, where the penalties for wildlife crime and environmental crimes have drastically increased. So very frequently, we're looking at fines or low custodial sentences that typically get replaced with fines when they are applied. Sometimes they're not enforced. That's another whole problem, that fines are levied but not always enforced. There's a challenge in regards to money laundering and the predicate offense. There's not a lot of data on cases where money laundering was used to prosecute environmental crimes, which is a challenge, frankly, we have in Africa as well. And it would be really great to get more expertise and more of a track record in this regard, which one of the things we're working on. And finally, just like other places in the world, whenever there is the illegal wildlife trade taking place, there must also be corruption. It's impossible. This is an illegal activity. It's impossible to move the goods without corruption. We've seen almost no corruption charges, which is certainly a cause for concern and doesn't allow us to have a very detailed understanding, and certainly doesn't create a deterrent. So, but not all things are doom and gloom. So let me talk about the opportunities of conducting financial investigations related to environmental crime in Latin America. And I'm saying that with a great amount of enthusiasm because our work in Latin America has been really quite surprisingly quick in terms of achieving results. So first of all, the environmental crime networks are not as sophisticated as the drug networks are, and that represents a number of opportunities for entering that space. Their money laundering techniques and tools are quite basic, also helpful for investigators. The prosecution-led investigations that are inherent in the most legal systems in Latin America are really advantaged from our perspective. And they are significant legal instruments to prosecute criminal assets in addition to the individuals involved. So there's confiscation, non-conviction based forfeiture, criminalization of money laundering, and illicit enrichment. And most countries in Latin America have one or the other or several of those tools. And again, we've already seen them used quite effectively in some cases. There is criminal liability for companies, which is also great, and a tool that is still underutilized from my perspective. And the relatively greater presence of forestry crime makes it possible to trace quite significant flows of funds, and that represents another investigative opportunity. So I think I'm out of time, but I'm happy to answer questions later on if we have the chance for that.
Thanks ever so much, Juhani. That's brilliant. And I think it shows the importance of the financial crime investigation process, but also the great opportunities and the work that's going on to address the concerns. So whilst we're focusing on the financial crime investigations, I now want to kind of move on and to hear from one of our colleagues from law enforcement. So I'd kindly like to introduce Jose Antonio Alfaro Moreno from the EU Serious and Organised Crime Centre. So over to you, Jose Alfonso.
Hola, buenas tardes desde La Haya, desde el cuartel general de Europol. Buenos días para ustedes. Iré un poco al grano porque tengo muy poco tiempo y afortunadamente mi colega Juhani me ha
landscape is from the perspective of the international organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the ones responsible for supporting national authorities in this challenge. I'd like to share with you a bit of these brief notions of what we're doing and how we operate. Europol is a supranational organization from the EU comprised of member states, but also third parties. We have a cooperation agreement. Colombia, in particular, is one of these third agreements that have an operating agreement signed with the EU. So Colombia is enabled to share any type of information, relevant information. Europol works as a big database that gathers other national databases from police departments, customs departments, and also very recently central intel offices, financial intel bureaus. So in our headquarters, all that information provided by the different countries, not only European countries, but those third parties that I just mentioned, they provide the information and then we work with it. Through our Siena system, all the information is then collected and we process it in our systems, and then we send back intel outcome to the national authorities. So we provide the intel elements that countries and local authorities don't have. So this CIFIN Intel Center promotes other type of investigations, and then it impacts or go after transnational crime, because we have organized crime and the illegal wildlife trade. So it works in a more connected manner with the transnational crime. In Europe, for the first time in the year 2018, the environmental crime became a priority based on the security meeting of the EU, and that gave room of the priority for that cycle. So this priority for the 2018-2021 has been renewed. So we have the privilege to consider environmental crime as a priority. So this is important for the establishment of national and international actions. And when I say international, I mean cooperation with other regions of the world. How do we try to work from Europol against environmental crime? So we try to do it holistically. We intend to work with all the people, all the organizations, including the private sector, including NGOs and non-profit organizations, to combine the efforts and to fuel that cycle of intel operations. The environmental crime, its purpose is to make money, to make profit. So the principle is just follow the money. That's where we go, and that's what we base our investigations on. So Europol is a big collector of all this intel, and in particular the financial flows. All these systems that my predecessors have explained, we put it in practice through our investigations. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Did I do it? So what we wanted to say today is that all initiatives that are happening from a global point of view, from the different segments, finally, and you may agree with me, all the speakers, we need this to be materialized in straightforward investigations. We need intel to flow, and we need to start investigations in the different countries with our support, of course, and with the support of other agencies like Europol, Interpol, and we have to follow those financial flows and put those perpetrators in jail. I'm not gonna go back to the challenges. We need a legal, consistent framework. We need harsh penalties. We need the means and specialized units to fight the environmental crime, because everybody knows how to fight drug trafficking and arms trafficking, but to fight environmental crime, we need to be highly specialized. So if there is no such infrastructure, and if we don't materialize straightforward investigations, I mean, we're not going to be able to do more reports, more events. So we need that. We need structures, priorities, but perpetrators will continue to do their job, and they will continue to do it more and more because, as we've stated in this forum, the risk in comparison with other type of crimes is vast. For example, the traffic from Europe to Asia, and now it is moving to other type of endemic Anguilla, the Rostrata eel. So this trade is attracting criminal organizations that used to trade with drugs. Why? Because the risk of detection, the risk of penalties are going to be very low, and the benefit is pretty high. A kilo of eels transported illegally from Europe to the southeast of Asia costs up to 12,000, 15,000 euros, one single kilo. So benefit is very high and the risk is very low. It's just an example. So we need to work in this direction. But the key message that I wanted to give you today is that we have challenges properly identified. That's one step. We're trying to build these structures. We need specialized offices or divisions. We need a consistent legal framework. We need international cooperation tools. We need to follow the financial flows. But please, we have to materialize this in concrete investigations. If we don't do that, if we don't proceed, if we don't take this step forward in international cooperation in terms of criminal investigation, unfortunately, perpetrators are going to continue to do their thing more confidently. So thank you very much, and I'm open to questions.
Moving quickly on, I also want to give an opportunity for us to understand more around the role of the Financial Intelligence Unit. And I understand that we have William Sarmiento from the Financial Intelligence Unit in Colombia in the room with you today. So I'm going to hand over to William.
Thank you, Kate. Buenos días para todos.
Good morning. On behalf of the Financial Intel Unit, we have in Colombia, we want to show you very quickly an overview of environmental crime and wildlife illegal trade, and what we do from our division to fight this type of crime. So criminal organizations operate internationally to transfer wildlife to profitable markets abroad and to disguise their activities and their finances. So this produces challenges for the authorities that want to disrupt these related activities with money laundering coming from the illegal trade of wildlife. Just to give you a context, to set the context, we want to highlight that more than 15% of the seizures all around the world concentrate in Latin America with wildlife businesses. This situation does not only affect the animals and exotic animals in particular, but also get to the levels of species of flora and flowers and trees that are vital for ecosystems. For example, in Brazil, with tree felling, they're affecting the forest of the Amazon, affecting in the short term and long term the climate of the world. These brought our attention as the Colombian state, and among other entities, the financial analysis unit, because in Colombia, for example, this is one of the 3 countries in Latin America where the reptile fur originates for clothing and fashion. In 2018, Colombia was number 2 in the region and number 3 in the world, with more than 2,600 individuals in the continent. This number was just surpassed by Argentina with 5,000 individuals. These type of figures motivated or fueled the awareness building since the year 2018, creating the money laundering risk prevention system in the environmental realm, prosecuting more than 23,000 individuals in the country in money laundering and in the fight against this and other scourges that affect the economic security of the Colombian state. This has brought to integrated fight of the state with human intel tools and the analysis of huge databases to fight these threats, with some of the results that we're going to be mentioning later. At the same time, from our intel unit, in collaboration with these actors and the state as a whole, we are trying to collect full information about the trade chain of illegal trade of wildlife, the actors involved, their motivation, the organization, the international and national routes through which they operate. So information on the national supply and demand, and in addition to that, economic benefits, prices, and what strategies they have to launder these assets through the Colombian system.
We have been able to detect two modus operandi that have communicated to all the other state officers. That's why the goal is to detect the illicit financial flows of the criminal organizations that have as a business the illicit trade of wildlife. As we affect the financial base of these criminal structures, we're going to move forward in their dismantlement. That's why we have the instruments and the tools that are based on high-level technology, and with a work that coordinates the macro-sectorial analysis of network building, data analytics, and also the financial and a detailed financial analysis, all within a dynamic and effective systems that improves the quality of the information and also the information flow. In this point, we would like to highlight some of the last report of UNODC and also of the journal magazine that says that animal trafficking can generate losses up to $20 million, and this is lost by such practice in different regions in the different areas in the region. As well as detailed information, we can say that the scope of this criminal organizations has been diversified up to the point that has even get to plants like aloe, that it's the second one that it's more seized in other fauna as corals, with 1% of all the number of seizure operations associated to wildlife worldwide. This has led that Colombia has generated an integrated environment that affects crimes against wildlife and money laundering, to be able to determine the jurisdictions that could see their capacity to investigate and prosecute criminals on an individual basis, and also the organizations that do wildlife trafficking, as well as the money launderers that are associated to this activity. That's why that UEAP detected that the transnational criminal organizations that are involved in crimes against wildlife should be composed by multiple and different subnetworks or stakeholders that promote practical knowledge associated to criminal activities, and that depending on the geographical areas where the leadership can be more or less focused, and this is one of the reasons why in researching financial flows, it's very important to be able to identify the links and also that's why smuggling and also the collection of illicit species is cataloged as the third biggest illegal trade after weapon smuggling and drug trafficking. That's why through different task forces and international cooperation in favor of, we can see that an effective and coordination between jurisdictions, where, because through the culture, the illicit trade of wildlife, it's not considered a very relevant threat for money laundering, by which the illicit trade of wildlife doesn't have a direct impact over the environment. The efforts for the preservation, therefore the mechanisms that support it with success, about crimes against wildlife were able to it's part of what other organizations did. That's why it helped us make working with other organizations. This joint work allowed that the OEP, through transactional cases that were done in a joint manner with all the other stakeholders of the anti-laundering system, have been able to deliver and to submit to the prosecutor's office intelligence report of 172 trade establishments that participate in this type of crime in 7 departments and 69 municipalities, being able to identify more than $10.5 million in transactions, and also being able to identify 63 assets that are worth $3.4 million between the year 2019 and 2021. Once again, we want to highlight that these results have been able to obtain in between the collaboration networks of different organizations to be able to coordinate the work of the authorities that identify crimes against wildlife and those that have the responsibilities and the possibilities in financial investigations and in the fight against money laundering. Just to finish off, we know that the fight continues, but we need to continue working not only at the country level, but also that through initiatives, and also that we want to establish a law that it's very important to dismantle the transnational criminal networks in a much more effective manner in seeking a better future. Thank you so much.
From the Financial Intelligence Unit from Colombia, so thank you very much. I'm now going to hand over to Ned Conway, who's Head of Financial Crime at Santander. Ned is an important member of our United for Wildlife as well, and I think it's really important. We've heard from all the different actors that we also hear from a financial services organisation. So over to you, Ned.
Genial, Kate, muchas gracias. Déjeme un segundo para poner esto en formato presentación. Ahora, ¿no? You can sit in presentation mode. Fantástico. Okay, pues muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Muchas gracias en avanzado por.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience with my Spanish, but you were here in Colombia, and that's why I decided to do this in Spanish. Before anything, I would like to tell you that the agenda that you have for today, it's wonderful. It is, and also to be able to see how South America is working on this topic. It's wonderful. I went to Colombia at the end of 2018, and I've had the opportunity of working with the Intelligence and Financial Analysis Unit, with the Carabineers reports, and also with the Prosecutor's Office, focusing on environmental crimes with the sea, and it was been very motivating working with you in this. Okay, what I want to do today, I only have 5 minutes more because we have the toolkit after this, that it's very important, and then we want to have questions. But from the bank's perspective, I would like to highlight with you that if you are a domestic bank and you are considering where can I start an organization that sees the opportunity to collaborate better with the financial sector, it doesn't know how to do it. I would like to share with you 3 levels of focus within a financial institution, and at the strategic level, at the operational level, and at the tactical level, which is how we think about this and about this fight. And something that I wanted to tell you, it's that all the banks, all the big and global banks, and all the banks that for example, the main offices in Colombia and in other countries, and in Colombia 5 or 6 years was not much, and therefore we have United for Wildlife to be able to tell you thank you for all those initiatives and all the analysis and resources for this topic. Therefore, if there is something that you think that they're doing, you have to think that, okay, nothing is happening. Therefore, we're in a new territory, and as Juani said, especially in Latam and in Latin America, the technologies are not as complicated as many other countries, and that's why there's a lot of added value for us. Very swiftly, at the specific specific level, and I would like to start with the specific aspects because it's not just the exchange of names and information. It's also very important for a bank. We also, because as the gentleman from Europol says, we need to help our partners with investigation, and this is nothing that cannot be something that it's reactive, where we get a name and we see if it's a customer and then we send the information. No, this is basic. But what we need as a bank, we also needed to initiate new opportunities, new investigations for our partners in the police or in the prosecutors, and that's why we needed to think in a strategic manner. And what does the think at the key element here? It's the risk assessment. You need to see how your bank and what type of how they are exposed to this crime. What type of products are you? Wholesalers, retail, credit cards, crypto, or non-banking institutions. Everything has, but you need to understand really well what are you offering and what payment corridors do you have. And if you are domestic with a regional approach, are you involved in an international payment corridors? Everything has their own risk associated to this crime. And then we have the external, and here we are talking about collaboration between the public and private sector. That's why the people that we're here, it's fantastic, and I think it's great, And because this is the key, this forum, all the big banks, all the middle and small banks, any member of the bank has a direct access to all of us, and that's why we talk internally to be able to exchange ideas and how is it working, where do we have challenges, where do we have issues. We also receive intelligence, but we talk about the technologies, and if there is a key forum for the private sector in this sense, it's very well how it's great how they are organizing different joint task forces in which we work with the private and public sector, and we work in scenarios, and we learn about our capacities, and this goes hand in hand with my experience in Colombia. It's that the prosecutor needs to know what does the financial analysis intelligence know, and they need to know what it's possible. They want to know what's possible with the bank, and that's the type of conversations we have. Also the operational. Okay, I'm talking about the corporate framework, and that's why we started to understand and change the culture of the own bank to think about these challenges. And what do we have to say? First, we need to identify the risk sectors. We, for example, have different risk-free areas that are legitimate areas, but we know that they're exposed to this type of risk, and that's why we do the continuous follow-up, and that's why we have their own our relationships with other banks. These can be symmetrics, but it can also be with non-banking financial institutions. We know that South America, as many other regions, has a lot of fintech, their new development in payment methods, and this type of crimes. Sometimes the money transfer, it's not high, but they do a lot about this money, and that's why this has value, and this includes a new perspective. And the last thing, it's training, which I think it's basic, but it's able to improve the knowledge of your own bank and the direction of your own bank. And here we're talking about special cases, about information, about scenarios. Maybe it seems dumb, but if we buy this, then you're going to be able to move all the necessary resources to be able to build on these investigations. And then the tactical element, which is once again very interesting, but over here we're talking about two things. First of all, it's the exchange of information, which is very important, but it's also very reactive. Here it's names, we get tips and leads from the police, and it's our obligation to be able to use our systems and the information. So over here in the bank. We have payment controls. We have operations where we have keywords, but it has and how they can be used to. And then we have the most proactive situation that it's where we can add more value to our partners. And here it's where we are showing the different kinds, the different combinations of factors. And this can be extremely interesting to understand how this company or SME doesn't have the normal profile that that a legitimate company may have. And we also need to know that there are also advancements in technology, that it's very powerful, and that it's also a new world for us, and they can help us a lot to be able to understand the people that are coming in and out. And we have so much to talk about in the toolkit, and I only have 15 minutes, but okay, but it's strategic, operational, tactical. You have my contact number. We're here to collaborate, but once again, the unit wildlife, it's key, and that's the main forum to exchange this type of ideas. Thank you.
So much, Ned. Really insightful.
Well,
precedent and the foundations of this particular discussion. I think one of the key points that Kate outlined at the very beginning, where this particular toolkit is concerned, and I think it's the essence of it, is that no one sector can do this alone. So in the designing of the toolkit, and you can see the landing page now, this particular toolkit has been produced and led by UK government, but with extensive collaboration with Traffic, WWF, Themis, but also extensive input from financial institutions in Africa, Asia, and broader regions, United for Wildlife, and a number of civil society groups like RUSI, Basel Institute, and others. But also, more importantly, it's been designed to keep the financial institutions in mind. What we've seen through the Financial Action Task Force report, in particular, that is, we need to work together in following the money. And I think the presenters really, truly highlighted that. These 6 panels have been produced keeping the financial institutions' resource efforts in mind. Everyone is busy, everyone is juggling. And what we really need to do in regards to the toolkit is really ensure that we are designing something that the financial institutions themselves in Africa and Asia can utilize effectively. So there are 6 panels to the toolkit. I can see Henry's having some issues and he's going to bring it up again. And in designing these 6 panels of the toolkit, there are 6 aspects that we've kept in mind. Firstly, focusing on the illegal wildlife trade kits convergence with serious and organized crime. I think that's really important. Juhani particularly said corruption and IWT go hand in hand. So when we look at the red flags particular section of the toolkit, you will see when you click on that, it goes into corruption as one of the key enablers, trade-based money laundering, and a number of other key thematic areas that will support financial institutions in raising awareness of IWT within their organizations, but also when you think about red flags, making sure that they are not just high level or high profile, they are split into thematic areas. And Henry's going to expand on those red flags for you to describe some of the regional nexus points in Latin America. Over to you, Henry. Henry, can you hear me?
Apologies, I was just looking for my unmute button. Please forgive the tech issues today. I'm not going to share my video just to save on bandwidth, so apologies again for that. If you look here, what we did when we designed this IWT toolkit was we were focused primarily on the trade between Africa and Asia, which is where a lot of the high value trade is happening. And so to do that, what we've done is we've looked at some of the key red flag indicators. And I think when we were going into this, we were speaking to a lot of financial institutions. We were speaking to a lot of different civil society groups who were looking at the illegal wildlife trade to really gather their intelligence about this crime, to really understand more about the particular red flag issues out there. And I think actually you saw in Tim's presentation earlier, actually that, you know, there are some really key indicators. I think his anecdote about the wildlife lodges in South Africa is a really great case in point, because IWT criminality is often very similar to lots of other forms of criminality. Do people's incomes and outcomes match? So anyway, when we were developing the red flags, we're really looking at this, and I think this is why this is so appropriate for a sort of global view of legal wildlife trade, is when you're looking at the client profiles, for instance, you'll see that as involvement of a client's legitimate business is one of the key areas of laundering illicit proceeds from legitimate proceeds. And again, we see other forms of concealment. So typically, illegal wildlife trade is very much intersects with the shipping sector. So businesses involved in commodities and who are involved in shipping are again key risk indicators, as are some of the common concealment methods. Time and again, we're seeing, and again, I think this goes back to people talking about, you know, some actors involved in IWT aren't particularly sophisticated. Often we see the same concealment methods used time and again, particularly timber and particularly other agricultural products such as cashew nuts and cassia seeds. So there's some really clear red flags which you can see, and I think the important thing for us was to break that down by particular area. And sorry, I understand we're limited on time, so I just want to go on to one more, which is corruption red flags. We're hearing time and again how the illegal wildlife trade is really facilitated by corruption. And again, I think highlighting these red flags is one of the great ways that particularly financial institutions, but also financial intelligence units can intersect this trade. And so you can see it's looking at the types of officials who have responsibility for wildlife management, who have responsibility for forestry management. These are the people to be looking out for, particularly when they're doing you know, such criminal highlights as putting large cash deposits into their accounts. And so thanks, Johnny. I'll go back to you now to go back to talk through the rest of the toolkit.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. And around the red flags, I think that's one of the key areas, particularly, I think, because one of the findings in engaging with financial institutions is each financial institution, so whether you are a traditional bank, whether you are a money service operator or a fintech company, you're at different stages in your organization in terms of awareness of IWT, but also what are the resources and tools that you can turn to. And I think our co-presenters really touched on that. In other panels of the IWT, so about IWT and global voices tackling IWT. So if you kindly just quickly click on about IWT, Henry, that really is a useful panel in building that awareness of illegal wildlife trade within your organization. It details, you know, the latest reports, assessments, and fantastic work undertaken by civil society groups, but also webinars and podcasts that's really, really helpful to stay current. And this particular toolkit, the intention is also to ensure this is current and regular data ingest is updated on the toolkit by civil society groups and financial institutions. So each of the panels, you will see there's a feedback mechanism that wherein financial institutions can provide really meaningful feedback around gaps, trends, typologies, etc. And going back to the toolkit homepage, I think one of the most powerful panels is the Global Voices Tackling IWT. This has been undertaken, you know, we are the starting point, of course, of the toolkit, but many organizations have really started this journey way before us. So this particular toolkit and this particular panel as such brings together those diverse and global voices tackling IWT. And what is really unique about this panel, it touches on many of the thematic areas that the co-presenters have focused on. So for example, law enforcement represented here by US Fish and Wildlife Service and the MLO Thailand office talk about actual case studies that have gone through the judicial outcomes. So Ioanni very helpfully touched on IWT as a predicate offense. And the Thailand office has an excellent example that has gone through the judicial outcome, but also led to asset recovery. The civil society groups within this panel equally highlight the enablers, the red flags, much of those that you've heard today, but also how each region is interconnecting. Criminal networks don't see criminality as in isolation, what I mean by that is as a silo threat. So, you know, the IWT convergence with SOC is really, really important to look at through that particular lens. And financial institutions are equally represented in this particular panel. So we've had Ned, you just heard him speak. We've got Ned, we got, Safaricom PLC and ANZ talking about their organizations and how they have embedded not IWT, but addressing IWT through their financial systems. And finally, going back to the toolkit homepage, I think it's really important to think about reporting aspect around IWT. This is one of the biggest gaps that the FATF highlighted. And I think different sectors are at different stages when it comes to reporting. So we're not reinventing the wheel with this particular panel. So if Henry, you can kindly click on that. What we've done here is taken the best practice. There's really good best practice out there. South African Money Laundering Task Force is a really good example of that. Nigeria FIU has done really good work around this. UK Gimlet has done some work around this with the National Wildlife Crime Unit. So what we've done here is providing that guidance for financial institutions that perhaps hasn't started looking at IWT and having that in one place. So it's a resource intensive effort. We're trying to reduce that in ways, I guess, to bring it together. So that particular PDF guidance allows you to do that. And finally, coming back again to the toolkit homepage, like I said to you, this is the first step. Illegal wildlife trade has really evolved. I think pandemic has really kind of displaced that to online, to other aspects as the co-presenters have already highlighted. So what we truly want to do is make it current. We're looking to update this on a quarterly basis, engaging with financial institutions and civil society groups. But most importantly, we're looking to expand this in the future to include illegal logging. I'll leave you with a really good report that's come out recently last week. Brookings Institute produced a report that's been published wherein it looked at Mexican cartels, drugs cartels, utilizing IWT trafficking routes into China, utilizing IWT commodities as a payment method to get drugs fentanyl in kind of, in response, basically. And this truly highlights the sophistication and thinking outside the box and utilizing legitimate businesses to exploit, the loops in the system, utilizing IWT trafficking routes as a system as well. So thank you so much. I know time is limited, so I won't take too much time now, but this toolkit is free to access. Please reach out to Henry Williams and I if you want further information. Thank you.
Thanks, Chanali and Henry. I'm very conscious we are running out of time, but before I quickly wrap up, I would just like to hand over to Diane from Bank of Bogota, who is in the room. Diane, if you could say a couple of words. I understand that you joined United for Wildlife this morning, so it would be great to have a few words from you.
Hola, buenos días. Voy a dar la perspectiva desde el Banco de Bogotá, desde el Banco.
From the local bank, Banco de Bogotá, I wouldn't like to repeat what our colleagues have already said. I just want to tell you that El Banco de Bogotá has a sustainability strategy. I want to tell you that Banco de Bogotá has a sustainability strategy and that seeks that our business has a very positive impact in the planet, in the social prosperity and the people. And that's why from this perspective it's a part to be part of these initiatives that don't allow that because we understand the deterioration that this may have on the ecosystems. That's why we want to stop illicit wildlife trade in our country. Doing this, I want to frame this fight in the banking system and why banks play a very important role. Therefore, I wanted to highlight in two things in which we banks are good at. First of all, in risk management, we are professionals in working in risk management. And number two, it's that for a long time we've been building a prevention system for money laundering that nowadays it's more than 30 years old and it's very solid, and that's why I'm going to start with what we consider risk management. Banks nowadays have environmental risk and social environmental management systems.
The environmental risk management system aims to make sure we understand the impact of what we are funding. A good part of that means to ask our customers what are their activities, what we are funding, and have these exclusion lists very clear. You may be thinking that exclusion lists are not enough. Just making sure that we're not lending those that are trading. I mean, we agree with that. So I'm going to refer to the second pillar that has to do with the risk management system for asset laundering or money laundering. Here, this asset laundering risk management system bases in two pillars. First is know your customer. Number two, know the market. On this, I consider relevant to mention that we have experience that goes beyond money laundering in general. For example, today we are doing geolocalization of deforestation areas. For this, we collect the information from the environmental authority of the country. That means that our areas are focused on finding environmental crimes. When we spoke about the idea to join this initiative, we thought it was going to be very difficult to convince the other departments that have to do with money laundering, because we thought they were going to find this weird, but it, as my colleagues have said, unfortunately, all the legal trade is accompanied by illegal activities related to drug trafficking and corruption. Last, I want to tell you just a couple messages. We at the bank, our bank, we believe that we can be very useful in avoiding these type of activities, number one. And number two, we are committed to becoming part of this collaboration system, as my colleagues have said. This is about sharing international experiences. We, with regards to those matters that have to do with illegal trade, so far we are starting to approach them, and we are going to require a lot of training and education inside our bank. Last, very short message from the Banco de Bogotá. We want to fight illegal trade. We can do it, and we must do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So I'm conscious of time, so very briefly, I'm afraid we don't have time for Q&A today, but just to confirm that I think 3 key messages, hopefully you've heard from the panel, that it's really important that IWT is treated as a serious organised crime, which enables it to be treated as a predicate offence for anti-money laundering. Secondly, we can't do this on our own. Financial services need to work with law enforcement, the FIUs, everyone together. If we collaborate, we can be really disruptive and hopefully prevent the illegal wildlife trade going forward. And last but not least, please be mindful that illegal wildlife trade doesn't happen on its own. There is a strong convergence with other financial crimes, as you've heard as well. So actually, this does fit in within the broader remit of financial crime compliance, and that convergence element is really important. From a United for Wildlife perspective, we're really excited around, hopefully many of you in the room becoming members of United for Wildlife going forward. And I know one of my colleagues, Rob, is in the room. So if you do have any questions, please do speak to Rob. If there's any questions on any of the presentations, I'm also happy for these to be directed to me as we go forward, and we can link you up to the relevant people. But as you'll see, there's lots of hope, there's lots of solutions out there, and hopefully if we join together and we've got a common purpose to address this crime, we can all be really successful. So thank you for your time this morning, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for joining me for this session. I'm looking forward to speaking to everybody about the coordinated action of the transport sector to tackle the illegal wildlife trade. Before we begin, though, I'd like to hand the floor over to Camilo Pabon, the Vice Transport Minister for Colombia. The floor is yours, sir.
Sí, ahí se escucha. Bueno, pues un saludo muy especial a nuestro viceministro Cruz, a los colegas de gobierno, a los representantes del gobierno inglés y de la fundación, y muchas gracias por la invitación. Me pone además muy contento saber que el sector transporte fue invitado y varias empresas representativas de nuestro sector a formar parte de esa declaración, en la cual además nosotros vemos que en muchos de los puntos que ellos están comprometiéndose tenemos actividades muy en línea también con el gobierno y que venimos trabajando durante los últimos 4 años. Y les voy a compartir 13 puntos principales de esos esfuerzos que venimos realizando con el sector privado y que coinciden con esta declaración. El primero, en la declaración hacen un llamado para que tengamos cada vez
make an invitation for us to have better systems and better information flows to monitor and trace these illegal activities. Say a month ago, we attended another event with the UK government, and they reflected on, we were with the UK Pact, and they said that the transport sector in our country is maybe one of the sectors with the best information systems in comparison with many other countries in the world. To give you an example, we were talking about the National Cargo Registry. This is a system where we report all the transport operations, cargo operations of a country. That system, among other things, allow that the transport superintendents, the police department, all the authorities that have some type of role in the value chain of the cargo transport can exercise their role. And if they're reporting some other type of cargo or merchandise, that could be part of those conducts that can be sanctioned. And the government implemented the riverine cargo system. A vast amount of transport happens through rivers, and that has been also systematized so that through this riverine national registry we can track all the trade in our country that goes through the rivers. And now passengers transport, the transport superintendents, that was in 2019, implemented a system where all the companies, including those that are signing the declaration, report all their shippings in the 49 terminals that our country has. So both in land and air transport with all this sophistication, and maybe the one that we were lagging behind, the riverine system. In every channel we have a system that monitors and traces and tracks all the transportation of cargo and passengers. In addition to that, our country has implemented with the National Police Department a center called the C4. The C4 allows the transit police to monitor all the roads and react in real time. And there, the cargo companies, based on an initiative proposed by the National Police Department, the trucks have these panic buttons, these panic alarms. So if there is some type of threat in security, but also if there is some type of cargo that's contaminated or cargo that they're moving that hasn't been reported, if they realize that they're carrying animals that they were not supposed to be carrying, right there they can report in real time. So that's sending a report to the police so that they can come and support them and monitor the vehicles with geo-reference in line with what's being signed today in the agreement. Now, all these systems are called to feed the system created by Law 2153, which is the specific information system aimed at monitoring and tracing these wildlife illegal trade. So the transport sector, in that first point that has to do with information and flow of data, has enough systems that are going to fit this unique single centralized system. So that's going to help the country monitoring these illegal activities. What we're missing? There is a part of the country that has a degree of informality in the transport sector. There, the government is working, and very soon we're gonna see the first results, which is called the differentiated transportation zones. That's where we don't have that formal transport sector, but as these zones are declared and then measures are made more flexible, there we're going to have a better set of records and traceability of transportation, and that's going to help us complement that first point. Second point is a matter called zero tolerance against these illegal activities. There, well, the first reactions we get from the environmental matters and also the matters related to prosecuting and judges. I mean, they're the first ones called to punish this behavior, but as I said at the beginning, from the transport sector, to the extent that there is a report on unauthorized cargo services, there is a wider set of behaviors that could be punishable for companies, for example, that carry or transport these type of flora or fauna that's considered prohibited. And that goes hand in hand with another point, and it is number 3, which is awareness, both from the users and the drivers and the crew and the passengers. In that matter, the government has 2 very important lines in the transport sector. This sector has the only superintendents that has these promotion and prevention divisions that are created only to train the businesses. There are other superintendents divisions that have divisions to help the users. But in addition to users, they have support to the business owners because there are so many requirements. And the superintendents can help them understand what they can do, what they cannot do before it happens. So it's a preventive measure that this government created, and it's worked very well. It's got to mature even more. But now regarding the type of species that can be carried, there is a guideline, and training has been provided describing and teaching them how they cannot carry wild animals. That's part of those commitments assumed by our companies. So that prevention line, it's for the transport sector and superintendents to reinforce that awareness from the companies and also from the users. So the superintendents itself, with that same guideline that was provided by the national police and the different training efforts, can help users understand that they cannot carry these exotic animals or these prohibited animals in national or international transport. And I want to close this very brief introduction by commenting on the zero tolerance initiative. Not only companies, but also users. Users are not usually investigated. Superintendents now has 2 investigations ongoing due to different behaviors, because this is the authority that protects the passengers, the users, the ones that pay for transportation services to the cargo or passengers. That same superintendents is conducting investigations against the passengers when they breach their obligations, given that it's prohibited by law to transport these type of wild life, either flora or fauna. It is possible, legally speaking, although we don't have a background on that, but it is possible that even users have to undergo investigation if they commit these type of crimes, and they can even end up in some administrative fines. So what I would like to highlight, and thanking you for this opportunity, is that in the transport sector, I think we're very well aligned with those points the private sector has committed to, both in zero tolerance and information flow and the awareness building of different actors in the logistic chains. Some of them are more sophisticated, like the air transport, another more rustic, like the riverine transport, but they all help to eliminate this illegal behavior so they can feed this database to protect wildlife in the end. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for addressing us here today. It's an honor to have you. I'd like to kick off the session then. Great. So good morning, everybody. My name is Ian Cruikshank. I'm the Transport Task Force Manager for United for Wildlife. I deal with the transport sector and all of the transport task forces that we have set up around the world. I would like to give you a little bit of context about the wildlife trade and the impact that it has around the world. You can see that it is a huge, huge crime. It's worth over $200 billion per annum. That includes illegal wildlife and the timber trade. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I will just reduce my volume. We can see that the wildlife trade is directly linked to other organized crime. It's a very low risk crime with a very high reward. Even if you get caught in the current legislative framework, you generally get a very small sentence or a fine. But the rewards when you're smuggling something like rhino horn are very high. A rhino horn is worth more than cocaine or heroin. These traffickers are using your transport infrastructure. They don't care that they're risking your reputation. Something that is completely shocking is that we have lost 60% of the world's wildlife and biodiversity in the last 50 years. When it comes to localized impact of poaching and the illegal wildlife trade, I've just given you an example here of the rhino in South Africa. We've gone from more than 10,000 rhinos to where we are now with 2,000 rhinos. You can see how relentless and how organized these criminals are. You can see that at the height, they were taking more than 3 rhinos every day and moving that horn from Africa to South America. This is used to highlight how efficient and how organized these criminal networks are. They're using the same networks that they've developed to smuggle drugs, the same networks that they've developed to conduct human trafficking. In terms of the impact in South America and in Latin America in general, there are a number of impacts of the illegal wildlife trade. The most important one, which is at the top of everybody's minds, of course, is health. Every time you move an animal illegally or an animal product illegally across a border, you initiate a risk of transfer of disease. So there's a zoonotic risk. We're currently in the middle, or hopefully at the end, of the COVID pandemic, but this is exactly what we don't want to happen. We do not want to transmit diseases by moving wildlife around the world. The impact on the region is massive when it comes to tourism revenue, because if there are no animals or no biodiversity, or if they are removing illegal timber and reducing the size of the forests and the jungle, we start to see a reduction in tourism revenue. That same impact is felt in communities, where communities that relied on wildlife and tourism are now not able to rely on that anymore. We're looking at biodiversity loss on an enormous scale, something that we've never seen before. And these criminal syndicates continue with the trade. And while they engage in human and drug trafficking, a lot of the proceeds from these crimes are also involved in the finance of terrorism, which is a big issue. For United for Wildlife and the Transport Task Force Network, we're looking to expand our network of members, because the more people we have feeding information and getting information from United for Wildlife, the better the intelligence that we can gather, and the better the intelligence that we can share with members, but also with law enforcement and also with governments. We're looking to embed the illegal wildlife trade into members' systems, into your training, into your protocols and procurement processes, so that we live and breathe this issue and we can fight it more effectively. We're busy developing a range of central resources and expertise and experience, and we have a number of tools which we're working on, from X-ray scanning algorithms that can see what is in luggage, that can see what is in containers that go across the world, to products as simple as free training courses for the aviation industry, where we focus on role-specific training. We're also advocating for a very effective end-to-end chain. So we want to completely take care of every element in the transport chain, all the way from the airports and seaports, all the way through into airlines, into freight forwarders, road transport, all the way to the source of the poaching incident. We want to create an effective chain so that we can stop these poachers and illegal smugglers from using our resources. From a training point of view, we have a huge amount of free training material that is available, not only to all of our members, but we have a lot of airline-specific training that has been developed. It is available in Spanish. And this also relates to specific roles. So when we are advocating for this end-to-end chain, we do need to ensure that everybody in that chain has the information that they need. If somebody at the airport doesn't know what to look for, maybe they'll miss something. If something in the seaport is not sure what they should look for in a container, we're going to miss it. So this training is critical, and there is training available. And we also have certification available. So there are certification courses that you can do through our partners at IATA or independently, where you as an airline or as a port or as a transport operator can actually adopt the principles of the Buckingham Palace Declaration, and you can be independently audited and certified. That way, everybody in the transport chain knows that your company is doing everything that it can to fight the illegal wildlife trade. So the message that I'd like to bring is that there is a huge amount of things that we can actually do collectively and as a network. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Renata Cao from WWF in the Wildlife Crime Hub. She's the lead for Latin America, and she's the regional representative for the Route Partnership. So I will stop sharing and hand over to Renata.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola, Ian. Nice to see you. Pues bueno, muchas gracias a todos por la invitación.
Very much for the invitation. And I'm going to talk briefly about an alliance, a partnership. We took part with other organizations. This partnership lasted 5 years and did work in the air transport system globally. And in the last year, we were able to deploy certain actions in Latin America, which we hope can be the foundation for the process that United for Wildlife wants to start doing in Latin America. Next one, please. As I said, this partnership lasted 5 years, and we wanted to stop wildlife trade through alliances with the private sector to reduce the opportunities that they had with the criminals had in these legal networks. The partnership was possible thanks to the support of the cooperation of the USAID, and it was comprised of private companies like airlines, airports, the government, and NGOs and the academia. This is the website if you are interested in taking a look. Next, please. Now, to move on, and all this information we've been sharing here, we know that it is the fourth biggest illegal business in the world. air transport wildlife trade touches every single remote place of the world, and as these networks, legal trade networks consolidate, illegal networks just go behind that. So it is important to understand how that moves in other worlds so that we can counteract it. Next, please. Why Latin America is important? It is because there's work that has been done in regions like Africa and Asia. However, Latin America was lagging behind, but I defer that this is not important in Latin America. I'm going to show you a few numbers, but the importance of this region is that this region is the region with the greatest biodiversity in the globe. And demand of these species is increasing. And with that, the trafficking in the air transport sector. So tackling this requires a coordinated effort among all the actors, meaning private sector, the academia, and the government. Next, please. Why should we participate as of the air transport system? Not only because of the loss of biodiversity, which we already saw it's important, but also for them, it requires or it calls for several risks. Reputational risk, maybe because many times when these type of actions or crimes happened in an airline, in the press it says what airline it was, what flight, where it was going to, and that could be transformed into reputational risk, also legal risk, because of the effort or whatever they did or did not do to be transporting illegal cargo. And sometimes members of the companies, either airlines or airports, have been accused of facilitating this transportation. Safety and health, as we can see in this 2012 note, a snake bit a passenger, for example, and everything that has to do with the operation. The aircraft had to land with the emergency, so it's important for the industry to take this into consideration. Next, please. So in particular, in Latin America, the taxonomic groups that are more traded in this industry is birds, followed by reptiles and marine species. You can see in this table that pinzon is very commonly traded in the region, followed by lizards, snakes, turtles, and fish. Next, please. Okay, so what are these channels? Okay, or mechanisms. Birds, it could be in the baggage of a passenger or inside the clothing of a passenger. Generally, they are transported live, and the main destinations are Brazil, US, and Spain. In the case of the reptiles, also they're carried in the baggage of a passenger. They're traded live, and destinations are mainly inside the region of Latin America. And for marine species, they're transported through cargo. They're dead, and their final destination is China. The main smuggling routes, this is information from the Route Alliance, and it's found that there are 91 airports globally that are being exploited for wildlife trafficking from and to Latin America. Out of those, 61 airports are in the region. Another important piece of information is that Brazil and Mexico could also be, I mean, they're big consumers of wildlife, but they're also the source, but also the destination of these species. The more exploited routes from Guyana to New York, from Lima to Madrid, from Altamira in Brazil to Manaus, from Leticia to Bogota, and from Mexico City to Madrid. Next, please. This is some of the cases of 3 countries in Latin America where we can see that the highest number of seizures in the region has happened in Mexico City in the last 10 years. Tijuana as the second place, Mérida. In Colombia, we have Bogotá. Bogotá is the city with the highest number of seizures. We have Leticia also in Colombia, and we have Ecuador, we have Galapagos, and okay. And regarding the taxonomic species that are more traded in Mexico is reptiles and birds and marine species. In Colombia, there is a high number of mammals that are also illegally traded, and in Ecuador, mainly reptiles and marine species. Next, please. Okay, this is a case study on how the pinzones are traded in hair clips. They're put there. This is a case of June 16, 2019, where 34 pinzones were seized in Guyana, and they had destination U.S. And back then, at the declaration signing said that they're used for these competitions. This is also a case that very alarming. This is 15,000 total seized in the airport of Mexico City. This is where 158 wood boxes that had China's destination, and it was a very alarming case and very well covered by the Mexican press. But in the end, we never knew if we never know. It was seized, but it was no prosecution, no investigation, no charges pressed, or to know what had actually happened. This is to let you know that even though the route alliance ended last year, there is a whole bunch of material on the website where you can see, or airports or airlines can make their consultations. We have training also in Spanish. We have manuals, handbooks, videos that you can find in the routes website and in the IATA, ACI, and traffic partners. Next, please. This is some of the resources that you can use to run analysis about the main risks, the routes, the country profiles, as the one that I show about Colombia, Mexico, and Ecuador. And you can explore this platform in the routes website. This is a bit of the example that the route initiative did in Latin America, where we started with a seminar, an awareness seminar for airports and airlines. Our partners of the ACI conducted a specific seminar for airports. IATA also started with a seminar in Brazil. Followed that, we had a seminar with the justice, with law enforcement, justice agencies, and at the same time we identified the key partners to bring to a workshop that we conducted August last year, with the aim to identify key points and and start to work on an action plan. These were the organizations that participated in these workshops. Civil society organizations, some of the airlines in the region, and the law enforcement agencies. What have we been doing since then? Okay, the Profepa, who's the Environmental Prosecutor's Office, together with WWF, we are following up on those workshops of building an action plan for the sector. The Profepa and the Canaero, which is the National Chamber of Industry in Mexico, are working together to move on with the actions of that action plan. In Colombia, we have El Dorado Airport, who's developed a 5-year protocol to tackle trafficking, and they continue with this continuous training. And in the case of the Ecological Airport of Ecuador, they continue to work with WCS and the Environmental Police. And this is simply that after the workshop, well, the news that we heard from the Vice Minister, 3,500 shark fins were seized at El Dorado Airport. It was very exciting for us because we were in the middle of this process of building this action plan. So I think it was a huge event, but I don't know, maybe we can call it a success case because one single event, one single seizure, as the Vice Minister said, this is 3,500 sharks, and this is what we're seeing, this is what's visible, but we know there's a lot more behind and outside our sight. And that's a reason to understand this volume and magnitude of a problem. So I would wrap it up here so that we can move into the practical cases from the partners of the sector, and I hope this is input to facilitate the discussion. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Renata. Thank you very much for that in-depth view of exactly what resources we have available and the scale of the problem. I'd now like to move on to the presentation of the case studies from the region, and we will kick this off with Juliana Scavuzzi from ACI. Juliana is the Senior Director for Sustainability, Environmental Protection and Legal Affairs at ACI World. She's also the ACI Observer to the ICAO Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection, CAPE, and also Secretary of the ACI World Environment Standing Committee. And she leads international negotiations on environmental matters for ACI, and she leads the team developing the technical material to support all of the environmental protection and the sustainable development at airports all around the world. She's also the project director from ACI for the Routes Partnership. Her background is that she's a lawyer and a policy expert, and she has a master's degree in juridical science and an LLM in air and space law. She has more than 10 years of progressively responsible experience in international aviation and space law and policy, and at least 7 of those have been dedicated to environmental protection. She's also authored several publications on the subject, including book chapters. So I'm very excited to welcome Juliana to the stage. Juliana, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you very much for the organizers. And I'm listening very carefully as well from the previous presentations. Before we dive in actually on practical examples of the airports in the region, I'd like to share a bit about our experience at ACI. So I think this is quite important so we understand how it all started. We need to recognize that for us, it really started with the signature of the Buckingham Palace Declaration in 2016. So far now we have, apart from ACI, 42 airports that are signatories, and we are working to make sure that this number is increased. After that signature, we have started to identify a group of airports that were more interested in engaging on the topic, especially through our ACI World Environment Standing Committee. So we created a task force dedicated to wildlife trafficking prevention, where airports will have that safe place where they would share the experience, but also understand the issue from other airports, how they could tackle that, and the different perspectives from a global, I would say, regional and local options. And in terms of the Routes Partnership, you have heard just about now the relevance of the project. I guess for us, it was a game changer, both in terms of the resource that we're able to use to develop the materials that have started to support our membership, but also how it put together. Initially, the UFW put together the transport sector, but Routes has also this ability to put the NGOs, the law enforcement, government agencies and the private sector together, analyzing through all those elements that we're seeing here, but have been well explained before. And I would really like to highlight the amount of deliverables and materials that we have available free of charge in our website. We have developed specific materials for airports. For instance, we have a guidance for them to understand what are the commitments, and some of those are not coming from a specific region where there is demand and they are not clear how they could help. So that was very helpful. We also developed a handbook dedicated for airports, so how they could develop their plan, how they could start from scratch until the end, and how can do training. So we have training available as well through online modules in different languages. We have them in English, we have them in Spanish, Portuguese, but also other languages such as Chinese, French. And we have developed also awareness videos with routes, and we have dedicated awareness videos that can be used by the airport on site to raise awareness to the public as well, but to staff. And a series of webinars that we have worked in our task force that I just mentioned. We invited external speakers like Ian have come in the past, but others talking about, the automated detection issue, also about white meat, illegal white meat, legal white meat transportation that can have implications, zoonotic diseases, and all those topics that, initially an airport do not specifically think about that. And I like to highlight two of those. First is assessment, airport assessment that we have also developed through routes. It's called the Airport Excellence Program. It's a program at ACI where we have a group of experts from different airports being brought to a new airport, and they actually look into different areas. So the program is a big success in safety and security. We have just developed an environment. We have one virtual on wildlife trafficking, and the virtual format is mainly due to the pandemic and the fact that this was just released last year. So the idea of the assessment is make sure that we support the airports adopting the Buckingham Palace Declaration commitments, but also understanding best practices and that exchange with the other experts from other airports, and provide also opportunities for them to collaborate and coordinate with external stakeholders and direct access to industry guidance and materials and documentation. We're considering on this area maybe a certification project program, but we are at early stage, but we hope that this will be developed. And I'd like to share, last but not least, I think one of our biggest achievements have been our advocacy at ICAO. We have done that together with routes and particularly with IATA. And we have requested an amendment to Annex 9, which is the annex of ICAO that deals with facilitation. And for those that don't know, but ICAO is the International Civil Aviation Organization responsible for the standards and recommended practices for aviation to operate in all sorts of areas. So this is the recommended practice that we have requested through the facilitation panel. Contracting states should ensure that procedures are in place to combat wildlife trafficking, including clear reporting systems and relevant competent authorities' points of contact for airports and for airlines. One of the major questions in the beginning when we start working with that is that the airport staff, they didn't know to whom they should report and how they could do that if there was any type of protocol. So this is a big achievement. I'm very happy to say that it has been approved by the council at this 125th session that is just completed and have an effective date on 18 July and applicable date on 18 November. So with that, I'll finish here and I'll let the airports tell their story in terms of how they're being implementing those initiatives. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Outstanding. Thank you, Juliana. That was a very, very insightful presentation on exactly what ACI is doing and how much work you actually are doing in this space. ACI is a very, very valued member of United for Wildlife. So thank you very much for that presentation, Juliana. I'd like to invite Tanya from OPAIN to take the stage. Tanya, if you could introduce yourself, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Ian. Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Tania Chacín.
Tania Chacín, I am the Sustainability Director of OPAIN, and I'm sharing with you the presentation. OPAIN, it's the company that operates El Dorado Airport. It's a private company where we thought at the beginning that the economic growth of this company couldn't depend just of the financial performance, but it also had to have social and environmental impacts, and that's why we transformed it to become a company that was just incorporated to operate the we not only operate the airport, but we create sustainable and innovative connections, and that's why El Dorado sustainable El Dorado, that it's a corporate strategy with a sustainable model. And the airport, the El Dorado Airport, it's the first transport and cargo transportation, the third one for passengers at the end of 2019. Before the pandemic, we had 75 million passengers. Today, we're back to those figures as well. We have more than 314,000 tons of operations and tons of cargo. Okay, as Renata will said, within the conference, we have already talked a lot about biodiversity. Colombia, it's the second most diverse country. It's the first one in plants. It's the second one in plants, and it's the fourth one in mammals. And with this information, the El Dorado Airport, and with the corporate strategy, decided to sign the Buckingham Declaration because, as well as mentioned by Camilo Pavón at the beginning of this panel, we have a policy or a declaration of zero tolerance to the illicit trade of flora and fauna, and also we want to strengthen the training and other mechanisms that can be used to combat the illicit trafficking. El Dorado decided to sign this declaration. Would this declaration mean? Because we, as a private company, don't have the authority that the environmental district has, that the airport police may have. That's why we decided to do a partnership and saying, okay, that according to the experience in the perspective of El Dorado, how can we enable participation and dissemination spaces of everything that the environmental secretariat does, as well as the airport police and the environment ministry, that can be useful so that the environment can help and can socialize all the interinstitutional protocol that it has to combat the illicit fauna trade, to define spaces inside the airport as the exhibits that we have throughout the terminals, where we can see all the non-live specimens, so that people become aware of what the environmental secretariat, district secretariat, is working to combat trafficking, also to strengthen communication campaigns. So through committees, we have facilitation committees inside the airport of airport security, where we allow that the environmental secretariats go and socialize everything that it's been done to combat the illicit fauna trafficking. We also have a web page, and we also have a different media to be able to socialize in all the authorized, in all the competent authorities for illicit fauna traffic, and we also facilitate permits of the authorities to be able to accomplish, to how to combat trafficking. These are some of the communications that are given to us by the authorities to be able to put them inside the airport. And we have also we have been part of these partnerships that we have with YATA, with ICAO and ICAO, and it's with the routes we participate with. The Secretariat participated with us with this partnership that we have to be able to promote and to be able to have better mechanisms to control trafficking. There is more information between the airports and the authorities in the detection of this traffic. It's going to happen at an early stage, and this is what we are doing in the airport with the authorities under that memorandum of understanding that we have with the environmental district secretariat. We have an interinstitutional coordination protocol for the illicit trading of species, and this is part of the environment Ministry of the Secretariat of Preservation Society, and it's been led by the district secretariat, and the idea was to disseminate it amongst the understandings that ICAO has. So we have some videos that I would like to share about this partnership that we're able to accomplish with the Secretariat, where those mechanisms that we use within the area contribute to control illicit trafficking. These are the animals that you have to take in your luggage. The El Dorado International Airport is committed to combat the trafficking of flora and fauna and animals, and they began to work with the authorities, with the police, with the customs, in all the chain. Because, thanks to this partnership, we have been able to share the good practices of the El Dorado International Airport to combat the wildlife, flora and fauna trafficking. Also, thanks to this partnership and strategies here, I'm going to show you another video about some of the last seizures that was done by the district secretariat along with the police. The Environmental District Secretariat and the Airport Police were able to seize more than 309 wildlife specimens in the airport that were going to be transported by 2 German citizens. In the cargo, we had 332 tarantulas, mature, 1 scorpion, 9 spider eggs, and 97 cockroaches. We would like to remind the citizens that regardless of the research or academic purposes, all research needs to have a lot of permits. Since 2018, we haven't had a tarantulas cargo of this case. The biggest one that we had was of shark fins, and the airports keeps focusing on illicit wildlife, fauna. Thanks to these videos, we're using social media to be able to make passengers aware, to be able to make all the airport community aware, because this is such a big airport. We have more than 25,000 workers that work there. That's why we wanted to make people aware, and we wanted to do all the trainings and all the educational programs that we have from ICAO, from the minister, from the district secretariat. We're inviting all workers so that they're able to detect from an early stage any kind of illicit traffic inside the airports. This is going to help so that this partnership is strengthened, and we can implement the strategies to combat trafficking. In the following slide, and I hope you are able to see what are we doing to be able to make people aware in amongst this biodiversity strategy, that inside the El Dorado we cannot only listen to the voices of the airlines calling passengers, but they can also listen to that fauna and that richness that we have. That's why we decided on the International Day of Migratory Birds to use the audios inside the terminal to be able to listen to this beautiful chirping of the birds that are found in our country. This is just to make people aware, make passengers aware, so that they can feel it inside the airport, and in this same way they are interested, or that they want to see what's being shown in the videos that we show on the airport or in other places where we have posters so that we can see that if they see something, they can themselves call the secretariat or airport police to be able to combat trafficking. Before saying goodbye, I would like to thank the Environment and Sustainable Development Ministry of Colombia for this conference, and also for the invitation, and also to the UK Embassy. I think that this space has strengthened what we want to do, and from El Dorado Airport, we're committed to do so.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tanya. And it's very impressive to see what OPIN is doing. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to also invite George to present also on behalf of Galapagos International Airport. George, if you could please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours, sir.
Hola a todos. Muchas gracias al Gobierno de Colombia, a la Embajada Británica y a todos los participantes y ONGs que están haciendo posible este evento de gran importancia, sobre todo para nuestra fauna y nuestra flora. Voy a compartir en este momento una pequeña presentación, muy breve, para no aburrirlos muchos, sobre lo que está haciendo el aeropuerto en este momento en Galápagos. No sé si la ven la presentación ahí. Ahí estamos. Bueno, como ustedes pueden ver en las gráficas, las Islas Galápagos son todas un parque nacional en las cuales la población convive con
lives together with all the native species of the islands. Currently, our airport, it's totally surrounded. Okay, the airport is totally surrounded by the Galapagos National Park and by the species. You can see that we worked along with animals. These pictures that you see over here, it's the VIP lounge where we have a sea wolf. We also have iguanas that are also playing around the airport. And unfortunately, we are also seeing these small turtles that we had the opportunity to seize. We were able to seize 183 turtles. These turtles this happened 2 years ago, thanks to all the support that we have received and the training that we have received from all the organizations that have been mentioned, Root, United for Wildlife, and ACI. Our story started in the year 2019 when we signed, along with other 2 airports, the Buckingham Declaration. The Buckingham Declaration opened the door to a whole new control system where it is so important to do a public-private partnership. We, as private airport operations, work jointly with the authorities because they are the ones that have the power to stop something. We have the technology, we have the staff to be able to see what is happening, but it's the authorities that can stop the smuggling of the animals, but also all the people that are involved. Here, I wanted to show you statistics that we had access to, given to us by the U.S. Government. When we say from the year 2008 to 2018, we were able to seize thousands of species, and in Ecuador only 4. We're talking about how the difference between what we can stop versus what effectively leaves and travels to other countries. This is just the U.S., because we also know that many of our species are also trafficked. There's also trafficking of species in Europe and Africa where they're highly rewarded, especially the Galapagos turtles cost almost $20,000 each, which makes this business very attractive. And as Ian well said at the beginning, there isn't much risk because currently the legislation doesn't condemn the smuggler, or people don't take the species. Trafficking is something serious. We, in collaboration with the Galapagos Park, did this seizure. As you can see, this is a real seizure that took place 2 years ago. 183 turtles. These turtles can be as big as a big table, and they live more or less 100 years. These turtles are small. I think that they were like from 3 to 5 years old, and all of them were sent as souvenirs, and all of them were wrapped in plastic, of which we were able to save 150. The other had already died. And therefore, the statistics where they say that 60% of the species that are trafficked died, it's correct. We have seen it, and within everything that we have seized in our airport, and along with the Galapagos National Park. Unfortunately, up to date, there's no one detained. No one has been responsible. We were able to stop the trafficking, but if we don't have an action protocol along with the national police and along with the environmental police and all the other control and justice institutions, these mafias will keep on expanding. What can we do, and what are we doing right now? We are getting together. It's like this fantastic event that's being held. It's for all the NGOs, as ASC, like WWF, Root. All of these organizations can get together so that they can train our staff and they can tell us what are the profiles and what are the channels in which this trafficking is taking place. It's very important. This training is so important because it's been able to contribute at least to stopping the traffic. We haven't been able to detain the traffickers, unfortunately, but yes, we have been able to stop the animal trafficking, and this is something that we do it along with the Galapagos Park and also with the Biosafety Agency of Galapagos, which are the authorities that are responsible of taking care of the flora and fauna of the Galapagos Islands. This is a picture of how we are collaborating with the authorities. We, as an airport, have the technology, and along with us, we have the ranger, the park ranger, that has the legal authority to be able to stop. And that's why we offer everything. We offer the X-ray machines, we offer anything, and therefore we can help them to control. But it's just a park ranger who stops the person and stops the species trafficking. Along with this, we are organizing with the Galapagos Civil Society an awareness campaign. And the Galapagos has an ecology tradition because it's a natural heritage of humankind. But even so, the people don't take seriously the souvenir, the small turtle that they want to take away. And they think nothing happens when we have seen, and I'm not going to say it again, all the dangers that we may entail because of zoonosis and because of the absence of the animals and the reproduction of animals that affects. People go to Galapagos to live amongst animals, to swim with the animals in a wild state. If we take them away, less animals will be there, and they're not gonna get close to us, and we will not be able to sell this product. Okay, here we have a lot of support from WWF and from the Wildlife Conservation Society. Thank you. That's my participation.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to both Abayan and Galapagos Airport for the incredible work that you are doing. We're going to have we're going to have a slight change in schedule. We're going to welcome Sophia Canavesi from Untitled Libre. And after that, we will move on to IATA. Sophia is the Regional Supervisor for Regulatory Affairs and Government Relationships in Mercado Libre, and she provides legal counsel to the internal teams on all of the wildlife products. She's a lawyer. She has more than 8 years' experience as a senior associate in Argentine private practices, such as Baker and McKenzie. So I'm going to hand over now to Sophia, and after Sophia, we'll move to IATA to hear the airline perspective. Sophia, please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours. Sophia, I think you're still on mute.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ian, for the heads up and for the kind introduction. Thank you to the British government. And now switching to Spanish, muchas gracias al gobierno colombiano y a
Thank
todos
you
los
so much to the
involucrados
Colombian government and to everybody involved in the organization of this event, that it's so important for all of us that are here and for the community. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Okay, in the case of Mercado Libre, as you well know, we're not an airport and we're not a transportation company, but we are so committed to generate a very good impact in society, and we do know that our platform allows a big circulation of products and services along different countries, especially in Latin America, where we have marketplaces, web pages in 18 countries in Latin America. And we adopt a lot of measures, both in regulation as well as self-regulations, to be able to generate positive impacts in the community so that we can follow with the regulations and to combat the sale of illicit products. And this is what I want to share with you today in such an important conference regarding fauna. To tell you a little bit about our policies, when we allow in our platforms, and so that people generate user accounts to be able to offer and to buy products and services.
Users' accounts are regulated under our terms and conditions, and this is how we establish the regulations and limitations that basically provide how users can use our services and what are the products and services that we actually allow and what we ban in our site. So for this, we have 3 specific policies that are part of these terms and conditions, which we enforce strongly. First is the prohibited article or prohibited products policy, where we establish what are those products prohibited in our site. Everything that's prohibited by law in our country and based on international law, it's going to be prohibited in our site too. In some cases, based on our own corporate decision, we establish additional provisions that apply to our site, there in our site. But specifically, going back to the prohibited product policy, and in regards to wildlife, we have a special section applying to all the 18 locations or countries where we work, where we establish a clear provision to users and prohibit users to publish those products that breach the law on flora and fauna, and also our corporate provisions also include any type of wildlife, not included also in the CITES convention. So any type of these products, live or industrialized products are going to be prohibited in our site. How do we enforce this? We have different levels of security in our site, both automated with AI systems and huge teams that do manual sampling of the different publications that are able to provide very strong security and early alerts on breaches and violations like attempts to publish prohibited products. These rules are very efficient, but sometimes they can be breached. So this is why we also have different report channels where we allow private and companies to expose their cases. So the first channel would be a report or alarm button to report any publication in our site. Any person can indicate or can call our attention to a publication if there is a product or a wild animal. So this publication goes directly to one of our expert teams, and in less than 72 hours, they go over it, and in case that infraction has been checked and confirmed, they remove the publication from our site so that it cannot produce more sales. We also have a counterfeit report, a fake report, or intellectual property breaches. Well, this is not part of a presentation, but we also have a button for cooperation with authorities. So the first one, of all the countries where we work, we have presence in their majority. We are in 8 countries in Latin America with headquarters, and in the rest of the countries with branches. And this is how we operate with any claim or request that comes our side, and we work with the authorities to either put down the publication to share information of a user so we can also pursue those criminal organizations that are involved in illegal trade of wildlife. We also have collaboration agreements that we've signed with the public and private sector, and this is about having working tables and task forces to tackle and fight together the different problems around this issue. This something we have with multiple authorities in the region. This is just some of them. It is more than 30 authorities and organizations. We have an agreement with Wildlife Conservation Society, as some of you have referred to today, with whom we've trained and we've coordinated different actions to coordinate the detection actions and the security measures to fight together the problem or the issue of trading wildlife over the internet, either animals or animal products that are not allowed by law. All the publications that we remove from the site and all the security measures and the requirements we get from the authorities and from private sectors are explained with extreme detail in this link that I put here, which is our transparency link that Mercado Libre reports every 6 months as an update, so that we can show what is it that we're doing in cooperation in our site and how we keep this ecosystem safe. These numbers show that since January 1st, 2021 and 30 June 2021, in that 6-month period, we put down more than 51 million posts or publications, thanks to proactive efforts and security systems of Mercado Libre. So this is 99.8% of detection that we've done so far. 51,000 publications was thanks to the alarm button used by the users, and 25,000 thanks to the cooperation agreements that Mercado Libre has. We know that results are very positive, but we continue to enhance our efforts and the cooperation we have with the authorities in the region. In fact, we have a fraud prevention team dedicated to building partnerships with the different authorities. In this case, regarding cybercrime, with the police, with public ministers, with Interpol, with the UN, with many other actors, so that we can fuel other investigations and facilitate other type of information required by the authorities to fight the cybercrime committed in each of the countries. And last, I'd like to tell you that there are different efforts for collaboration that took place last year. This is just some of the examples that I'm presenting today, but this is 3 special missions where in the first case, we have several initiatives for the regeneration of native forests in Brazil. In the second case, we have different assistance funds that we have used in the case of forest of fires that we have seen in the region of the Americas. And number 3, the different sustainable market initiatives. There are many other like this, and you can find more in this link that I'm going to leave here on the different sustainability initiatives that we have developed in Mercado Libre. So now, for the sake of time, I want to thank you for your involvement and all the audience for your interest. And please count on us from Mercado Libre to do our part to bring about changes both internally and externally with regards to protected species trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sophia. That was a very insightful presentation on the work that Mercado Libre is doing. I'd now like to invite to the stage Guillermo Goulart, who is the relationship manager for IATA in Colombia. He acts as the point of contact within the region for all sustainability-related issues in the country, including the illegal wildlife trade. And Guillermo previously advised both IATA and Chile as an aviation expert with the negotiations with the Paris Agreement and also with CORSIA negotiations with ICAO. Guillermo holds an MBA in international business, and I would like to invite you to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Ian. Buenas tardes a todos. De verdad, muchísimo agradecimiento a los organizadores.
I want to thank the organizers. I think that we're discussing very relevant topics, and I'd like to disclaim that possibly you're going to be like repeated content from other presentations, and I want to bring your attention to that because I think the messages that we have had in this panel, these brilliant panels, teaches that we as the industry and talking as the NGOs, airports, and airlines, we've been able to coordinate very well, and that's something that we have to recognize. Let's talk about the next slide, please. So what we have been discussing, and I don't want to take long here, but the problem of or the issue of wildlife illegal trade in Latin America is a grave problem because of many reasons presented here. But we must consider that this region is so biodiverse. I mean, we're talking about 40% of biodiversity in the world is found here. So that and jeopardizing this biodiversity in the region, that depends so much on tourism, on receiving revenue from tourism. So we cannot just jeopardize that opportunity. So here, and looking at this map that you've seen before, but precisely in this post-pandemic world we're living, we went out from having an hyper-connected world represented by those routes, illegal traffic routes that we have in the recent years. That hyper-connection we have in the world felt a bit lost. And at the same time, it is good to have this hyper-connected world, but it also produces difficulties because every time it is easier to transport species from one side to another. And no doubt it is the air industry that has a huge role to play here, because never before was easier to connect two different parts of the world. Next, please. I'm not going to take long here either. Some of these numbers have been already presented. I just want to highlight in Latin America, still illegal trafficking of wildlife happens with live animals, as opposed to, or unlike other regions like in Asia. Here we have an intra-regional traffic inside the same region that's also very significant. Those numbers could go up to 17-20%. And many of the trafficking happening here in the region is not only body parts, but also to people that are after exotic pets. Next, please. So this brings us to the main problem we have in the region and the impact of this illegal wildlife trade. As Ian said and Renata said, we are going through and hopefully ending this pandemic, and we still had doubts on how it originated, but it is clear, and we can say that transporting illegally species between the different countries and the different regions could produce new health problems as grave as the pandemic was. And I think that more than ever before, we have a very good example today, because I know that we've been discussing this as an industry in the recent years, but we hadn't had this very powerful example as the COVID pandemic to convey the message so that everybody understands the risk that we're going up against. So I want to bring your attention here with the possibility of spreading these diseases. This is something that the industry is going to have to focus on. Obviously, we're speaking about stability and security. We know that this is fourth place in the type of trade that represent the highest volumes in the world. And oftentimes this trafficking, either organized crime, or this human trafficking or drug trafficking, armed trafficking, they also do animal illegal trade. And this is why it is important here to bring the attention of governments, so that we continue to work together, so that we continue to collaborate to avoid what these organized criminal gangs do and with their illegal activities. I'm going to ask, could you please skip the next 3 slides, because we already saw them. So here we get to the message, what we can do in the air industry to fight wildlife trade. I believe that we've talked about the Buckingham Declaration, ACI, and the airports. IATA has also been a member that signed the declaration since its beginning in 2016, and we continued to request and to instigate other members to be part of this, to sign the declaration, and to commit themselves to put their best capacity towards mitigating or avoiding the international trade of wildlife. In addition to that, here, IATA issued a resolution in the year 2016. It's been already 6 years that the resolution has been current among all the IATA members airlines that was approved and published in our General Association of members. And ever since, the efforts that the industry has made are very significant. I can't insist enough. We've already heard this, but the route initiative has been so relevant, and all the capability, all the data, all the information, all protocols and training that we've been able to build since we signed that agreement. Surely that was just one of the initiatives that are going to enable us to continue to work towards the industry and towards the authorities. And last, before I give it away to two of airlines of our region who are two very good representatives, I'd like to again call upon the attention of the government. I think it's very clear the role and the whole institutional coordination that there's been between airlines and airports and civil societies, society organizations, with the aim to continue to build knowledge and to share the knowledge. And what we have to continue to do is that, well, we have heard the testimonials of many of airports. Even when they are able to detect these seizures, they're not able to prosecute or to take the perpetrators to prison. And I think that here, including the industry and everything we've done, I think we have very relevant and enough information and the willingness to continue to help and collaborate. So we hope we continue to work closer and closer with the government agencies, utilizing all this robustness we have in the industry and all that information we have in the industry so that we can, or that we're able to do the right job and that we're able to mitigate the risk. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Guillermo. Thank you for that overview. It's very encouraging to see how much is being done. I'd like to call on a colleague from the airline sector now to speak to us. I'd like to call on Thomas Martinez, who's the Senior Sustainability Specialist at Aero Mexico. He's a strategist for environmental affairs, dealing with climate change efforts, illegal wildlife trafficking, the circular economy, amongst a whole bunch of other things. For 2 years, he's been the president of the Aviation Sustainability Committee in the National Chamber of Air Transportation of Mexico. He coordinates the efforts of all the Mexican airline companies and the government agencies towards more sustainable aviation industry in the country. Thomas has an environmental engineering degree from the University del Magdalena in Colombia, and it's my pleasure to ask him to present to you now. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ian. I'm going to switch in Spanish. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Voy a
Good
compartir mi
afternoon,
pantalla
everybody.
ahora
I'm going to
mismo.
share my screen right now. Just let me know if you can see my presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, for us, it's a huge pleasure to share with you the actions that we've done from the Aero Mexico against illegal trade of wildlife and tell you a little bit about our experience in the recent years. For that, I wanted to just set the scene and why Aero Mexico joined the fight against illegal trade of wildlife, because this is an airline with more than 85 years of experience that every day, based on the last statistics, we're transporting more than 460 flights with more than 50,000 passengers a day. Our focus is both in passenger and cargo, and we focus on the market for all the Americas, North America, the Caribbean, Central, South America, and we also connect destinations towards Europe and Asia. And as Guillermo mentioned and other speakers mentioned previously, these high connectivity also brings a risk to increase illegal trade of wildlife. Likewise, in Aero Mexico, we've identified risks that these could bring. We discussed the impact on the ecosystem. Removing an endemic or native species, this could result in the degradation of the ecosystem itself. It also produces the deterioration of touristic destinations because of the degradation of ecosystem and also the violence that could be linked to this illegal trade of wildlife. And as we have heard before, risk to public health, since these animals could be vectors of diseases. And as Renata said, there is also reputational risk for the airline that could be linked to some type of illegal trade of wildlife. All these risks that have environmental implications, social and health implications, also have an impact on the economy and the economic performance of the airlines. If I factor depleted tourist destination, I'm going to also lose those passengers interested in going to this destination and fewer people. That means a reduction in revenue. Now, having all this on the table, Mexico committed itself since the year 2015 to become part or to sign the Buckingham Palace Declaration. And one of the first actions, and something that I want to highlight, is that we can start with small actions and then we can be incremental. Now, this is my invitation to the whole transport sector, is to sign and take actions as what we did first. Just not transporting hunting trophies. And number two was to have a zero tolerance against this crime. And as years have gone by, we've committed ourselves, we've reinforced this commitment through issuing a declaration on illegal trade of illegal wildlife that you can find in our site, where we are focusing on 3 pillars to combat illegal wildlife trade. The first one, which is essential, is the training and education. This is to educate, to train our collaborators, our employees, our partners on how to identify this crime and how to go about them. Number 2, it is the policies and procedures that at the end of the day tell us how we can standardize the potential cases of illegal trade, and also to help our customers. And as somebody mentioned before, customers are a fundamental part of this awareness. I remember the presentation by El Dorado, who mentioned all these communication efforts to raise awareness so that we avoid the trafficking of wild animals. We've also included in our sustainability strategy, considering that the environmental capital is a priority in all our performance. So we've included climate change and a fundamental part, which is the conservation of biodiversity. And linked to that, and linked to the experience that we have in Mexico with human trafficking, we're adjusting procedures, and we are implementing procedures from the human trafficking matter, and we are adapting them so we can fight the illegal trade of wildlife. And something else that we are doing, that it's included in our strategies, to share knowledge and to inspire other airlines so that they can join this strategy to get involved and build a stronger network against this crime. And this is connected at the end of the day with the working groups that we've been putting together, as Renata said, with the National Chamber of the Air Sector and with the National Prosecutor's Office. We are building actions in the air sector, so we're setting up these working groups which are ongoing now, and we hope to have a formal document that standardizes for airports and all the actors what's going to be the flow chart or the process flow chart in case of a potential illegal trade of wildlife. And in addition to the latter, Mexico also joined the National Tourism Initiative, which has been going on for a few years, which incorporates and considers the 2030 agenda. And we are emphasizing on SDG number 15 on land ecosystem protection, so that this strategy includes actions against the illegal trade of wildlife. This is a summary of what we have done, and now where we are going now, what we can expect from Mexico in the coming years. First, to formalize all these procedures based on the advancement we have with the working groups, with the Profepan de Canaero. This is about taking that umbrella procedure and put it down toward the internal procedures of a company. Number 2, a training component that I already mentioned, that's already embedded in our documents, in our declaration, focusing on general collaborators. Something that we consider is that this type of crime correspond not only to for detection with that personnel that's directly dealing with the cargo, the customer, but we must also involve all the agents, all the actors in the company, collaborators and employees, so that they themselves in their groups enhance this commitment in the fight against illegal trade of wildlife, and key actors. Here is where we work with this with the staff that work directly with customers and cargo and baggage so that they can detect and report, and also the allies or partners where we involve airports and the competent authorities. And last, uh, awareness. We believe that the key to fight against this crime has to come from the customers and suppliers, and of course ourselves, and we have to give them information on how to detect and what not to do, what to avoid. So these individuals are not traded illegally anymore. So this is so far what I wanted to share with you, and thank you very much, and back to you, Ian, and thank you again.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for that presentation, Thomas, and for everything that Aeromexico is doing. I'd now like to ask Alexandra Pineda to speak. She's a social communicator with experience in communications, consulting, and business reputation. And since 2021, she's led the implementation of the sustainability strategy of LATAM Airlines Group in Colombia, focusing on environmental management, climate change, the circular economy, and shared values. Alexandra, the stage is yours.
Ian, muchísimas gracias por el espacio y antes de comenzar quisiera agradecerle a todo el equipo de la embajada
From the embassy for the invitation, and everybody else for being here with us. Just give me 2 seconds, please. Perfect. Can you see my presentation now? Yes, we can. Okay, so thank you for the invitation. Once again, for the sake of time, I'm going to be very brief, but I'd like to show you a initiative kind of different on how we can contribute as airlines to raise more awareness around this issue in Colombia. As we have seen along the event, we have a very robust system, and we are accompanied by authorities that can then enable us to have a very rigorous system so that we can keep record of
However, from the airlines, especially for many years, we have started to reconsider the way in which we can contribute to this type of issues. And to show you a little bit. I want to tell you briefly what our sustainability strategy has been. We have heard many times that we have been promoting it strongly, and what we want is to become an asset for the countries where our sustainability strategy has four pillars, and also we have other climate change, circular economies, and the last one is shared value. In each of these pillars, we have established some challenges that are very relevant at the short, mid, and long term. But the space that we're here, we're going to share a little bit what we've talked about our pillar about of shared value. Shared value, what we want is to place our planes and or their capacity to connect both passengers also of cargoes to these organizations to generate an impact in health, environment, and natural catastrophes mainly. And to do this, as of last year, we have started to strengthen a lot the alliances that we have in some of the countries that we have. Okay, this program, Avión Solidario, has been 10 years in the region. Here, I want to show you very briefly some of the partnerships that we've handled in the countries where we have a presence. In Peru, we have 4 allies, we have 5. In Brazil, initially, we started the program with 2. And in Colombia, since last year, we are working with six main partners. We have with Médica Solidaria and also with Fundación Cardio Infantil in the areas of natural catastrophes to take care of populations within the framework of a catastrophe. We're also working with the Association of Food Banks in Colombia and Environment. We also work with an environmental organization that is in the city, in the island of San Andres, that it's called the Ethnic Association, and then mainly the Pantera organization. That it's what I'm going to focus on today. What is the purpose of Pantera and why are we working with Pantera? Pantera is an organization that it's responsible, or that its mission has been to check out the ecosystem of everything that we talk, the fauna of the felines in the region. In Latin America, as we have said in other areas of the event, we are an area that is so rich in biodiversity, and there's something that it's relevant, and it's very relevant, especially for Colombia. It's the jaguar. The jaguar and the different wildlife felines that we have in the regions. We work with the communities that are part of the jaguar or that live very close to, because there's a topic that it's very interesting, that it's to promote the living together between the feline and the human, because the truth is that there's a very strong relationship where we have animals like this that attack prey, that they can eat the cattle, that they can even in some opportunities they may have an incident, and that's why the populations that don't have the tools or that haven't been trained in how to live with this type of felines, they just hunt them. And what this does, it's that on the long term we have more traffic, we have more deaths of these animals, and we don't protect them as we should. Okay, Colombia, it's a key in all of this, in this jaguar pathway, because if the ecosystems in Colombia where the jaguar lives together, it's lost, or the jaguar doesn't move from Colombia, all the population of jaguar that connects from Mexico to Argentina couldn't connect, and they would be totally disconnected and totally isolated. And that's why it's very relevant, and each time it's more important to generate awareness strategies so that our country, Colombia, can protect more areas and can generate and can promote this living together with the populations. And also there is something very important in the topic of the jaguar. It's that the jaguar, it's an indicator of the ecosystems. The fact that there is a jaguar means that the ecosystem has the necessary conditions so that they can keep on complying with all the value, the chain of animals that depend on it, so that everything is done as it should. Therefore, what is the initiative that we've been working with Pantera? This is what we wanted to do, and this is one of the multiple examples that have been developed in the different countries to be able to promote the awareness throughout all what we talk about, the traffic of species. And okay, within these frameworks, not only do we want it to be like a transportation to promote connectivity of the scientific team from a point A to B, we also want to be a platform to make these issues more visible. Last year, within the framework of the Jaguar Month, we were working along with Pantera in training media of the area of the Middle Magdalena region to show you how this species works in the territory, to guide the media about how to cover the news when there was a topic that would involve this felines and the different types of felines that we have in the region. What would happen and what are one of the issues that we identified is that local media, once they don't have the tools to differentiate between a jaguar or a tiger, for them all the headlines were because of the same species, and that's why everybody talked about a jaguar, or though maybe because of the conditions, because of the weather, the height, maybe it wasn't the jaguar that was there. That's why there's a lack of information. On the other hand, we had how can we give the journalists tools so that they can start to identify or have more criteria when a feline were involved, for example, a jaguar, a tiger, or any of the species of the 7 type of feline species that we have in Colombia. And that's why with Fundación Pantera, we created a space where we were able to identify and we were able to see and we were able to explain what are normally aware, how do they attack, how can they identify them in an easier way, so that tomorrow when they had and work on this type of news, they have more tools to do it in a better way. Okay, and when we talk about all this training, we have a topic that for us is extremely important and that we have been promoting since last year. It's that nowadays, although many airports at the national level, it's very advanced in how to identify when there is a topic of traffic species traffic and when they are alive. One of the issues that Pantera arises is that within of this feline species, there are also the traffic of body parts of felines, and how can we act from the airport to the airlines can be able to acknowledge when, for example, a suitcase goes through X-rays, that they're able to know that what they're seeing inside the suitcase not necessarily has to be decoration, but yes, it's a species or it's animal trafficking or their body parts of animals. That's why we've been moving forward, trying to be able, as we had mentioned before, in the 2 main airports in the country with our staff to be able to get closer to the operators and to be able to see how we can promote this training, and that each time we have more people that are aware and can handle things in a better way. This is one of the multiple initiatives that we are managing in LATAM, especially since LATAM Colombia. And as I was telling you, all the countries are generating parallel initiatives that are so focused on this, because as well as all of us, our knowledge, it's our mission is to connect, and it has to be done in a responsible way. Okay, this is what we had today for our participation today. I hope this has been useful to be able to get to know in a different manner how can we add more voice to organizations that have the knowledge and that just need platforms to be able to disseminate this, and we are a very good platform to be able to disseminate this information. This is the end of my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alexandra and LATAM Group, for that presentation. I'd now like to invite our last speaker, to say the final word. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Robert Campbell. Rob is the Program Director for the entire United for Wildlife program. And he will leave us with a presentation on the creation of the Americas chapters to tell us what we have in store in the region. Rob, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. I'll be relatively quick. I think we're probably in between us and lunch. Next slide, please. So United for Wildlife, most of you are quite familiar with it, but those that aren't, it sits underneath Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, and Lord William Hague. So the benefit here is that it is not a government organization, it's not a private sector institution, it's built on Prince William's passion for wildlife. There is no other sort of drive to this, but his desire to bring the private sector into the fight to disrupt illegal wildlife trafficking. Next slide, please. So one of the strengths of United for Wildlife, and we've talked a lot about the private sector, so both the transport sector here in this session and the finance sector in the previous one. But it's more than that. It's really the collaboration between private sector, industry bodies, government, law enforcement, and NGOs. Each one of those plays a key role. The NGOs support, the private sector might develop that information or potentially market for a seizure, which means working with law enforcement. And then it's up to industry bodies and government to recognize policy, tweaks of frameworks and things like that, so that it can be reported very quickly and sharply. Next slide, please. More recently, United for Wildlife has broken up into these regions you see here. We found it's much more effective to target the illegal wildlife trade, specifically looking at geographies. So, for example, this Southern Africa chapter, obviously you know where that is, but the yellow one at the bottom, that's been incredibly effective at stopping rhino poaching and also crucially responding to incidents. So they're using a framework that we've developed, but they can shift information very quickly. So we saw a big case of rhino poaching happen in December this year, and within 2 weeks they'd arrested 6 guys and apprehended 30 of the horns that were taken from that thing. So, for me, that is a rapid reaction. And so I think you're starting to see impact. Next slide, please. So more specifically about this chapter. United for Wildlife wants to make this one of our sort of primary chapters for United for Wildlife, the regional chapters. So we want to launch this. It's in line with CITES COP19, which is in November in Panama. So what we'd like to do now is, from now until that point, is really use our network of localized organizations, both NGOs, private sector, but also link in with government and things like that. I think the value is bringing these multiple sectors together. We can provide the training, as you've seen today. We can provide best practices from other chapters. We can provide best practices in the industry in general, linking up with some of the bigger organizations. And then, so for the next 6 months, so ideally it's focusing on this chapter, identifying who the members are, who are operating here and who want to play a role. It's having those members decide where the gaps are and where the strategy needs to, go from there. So looking at, what does this chapter want to achieve? Is it looking at jaguar poaching? Is it looking more broadly? Is it looking at specific regions? Is it looking at ports? Is it looking at, that sort of stuff has got to come from you guys. And then from there we set the objectives. And the final bit is appoint leadership. So ideally pull out 10 to 12 people from this region who actively want to take this forward, play a role in this chapter, represent, the sort of NGO stream or represent the aviation stream, identify who those people are and build this network. Because as we've seen from the South Africa side, it can be really impactful. And it's everything from today and the last couple of days points to this region being really proactive. So I'm genuinely really excited to see where it goes from here. But that's it from me. And thanks to Ian and all the other panelists today. That was great. I look forward to chatting to you guys here in the room and working on this in the next 6 months.
Excellent. Thank you, Rob. So we've heard quite a cross-section of different organizations active in the transport sector, both from the airport side, the airline side, from various sectors and role players in the transport industry. I'd like to thank everybody for their participation today. I'd like to thank everybody for the incredible role that they are playing and helping to preserve biodiversity. If you have any questions or if you'd like any further information, please feel free to contact myself. Or if you're in the room, please grab Rob and ask him for any information or if you have any questions. And we would love to be able to establish an incredibly strong regional chapter in South America, in Latin America, to stop these traffickers from actually destroying the biodiversity, destroying your animals, taking your forests. And I'm very much looking forward to working with all of the colleagues on the call today. Thank you so much for your time and participation, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Is that working? Fantastic. So I think we're going to get started. Hello, my name is Leila McElvenny, and I work on tackling illegal wildlife trade for the UK Environment Ministry, the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I'm delighted to be here in Cartagena and in Colombia for my first time to join the Second Americas Conference and hear about the issues faced here in the Americas, the wonderful work going on, and the commitment to be tackling illegal wildlife trade in the region. A big thank you, to reiterate thanks, and a big thank you to the Government of Colombia, as well as our colleagues in the British Embassy who have brought us here together for this. I've been invited to present to you today about the UK government's Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund, including what it is and how to apply. We've not yet launched the funding round for 2022, but I wanted to, as we're here at this conference, wanted to provide to colleagues an overview of what it is. But to bring this presentation to life, we've brought some of our wonderful regional projects here to talk to you about what they're doing. There you go. To talk to you about what they're doing and how the Challenge Fund supported them, and any top tips for applying as well. If time allows, for now or in the breaks, I'd be delighted to hear from the audience, from participants, as to how they found the fund to support continuous improvement, to support us to constantly improve how the fund works to be tackling illegal wildlife trade. I'll be speaking in English, however very good. I'll be speaking in English, however our projects will be speaking in Spanish, and I'd again just like to thank the interpreters for their work for the last couple of days. The sessions last 50 minutes, and I think, as we know by now, that will fly by. So if we can't get through all the questions today, we'll share contact details so people can get in touch with us outside of this. So yeah, let's think of this as the start of the conversation here. Okay. Going very quickly. To begin with, I just wanted to check with the small audience in the room, who has heard of the Challenge Fund? Can people put their hands up? Very good. Okay, fantastic. So I can provide that quick overview, but we've got some expertise in the room here. Has anyone applied to the Challenge Fund? Very good. And has anyone been successful in applying to the Challenge Fund? Very good. Okay. Very good. Just useful to know the audience. All right. Yeah, exactly. There was one person in the audience who hasn't been successful. Okay, that's why you're here. Yeah. Well, you'll hear some top tips today. So to start with, what is the UK government's Challenge Fund? So the Challenge Fund is a competitive grant scheme which was set up by the UK government in 2014. It seeks to respond to the complex challenges that are illegal wildlife trade and the recognition that we don't have all the answers for how to tackle this trade by putting a message out to our experts from different corners of the world and different disciplines. And the Challenge Fund seeks to support the UK government's international commitments on tackling illegal wildlife trade. I think in the last 2 days we've heard quite a lot about the different sort of innovations you have on illegal wildlife trade, so the illicit financial flows, DNA, the creative industries and how they can play a part as well. And I think it's those sorts of projects that the Challenge Fund seeks to test and trial in different locations and support and scaling up potentially through different pathways as well. We hope that by supporting these perhaps riskier or less tried and tested projects, we're able to help support the global evidence base for successful interventions on illegal wildlife trade and to facilitate that pipeline of solutions as well. To date, the UK government has committed £37 million and supported 113 projects in over 50 countries in the world, including Africa, including areas across Africa, Asia, and Latin America and Europe. And all our projects and project reports are available on our Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund website, which I'll share the link to as well. The Challenge Fund is entirely funded by official development assistance, so UK aid. and therefore activities through the Challenge Fund must promote poverty alleviation and economic development. Countries eligible for applying for the Challenge Fund are available on the OECD Development Assistance Committee list. Are people familiar with the OECD DAC list? No? Okay. So the OECD publishes a list of countries that are eligible for OECD aid under least developed, low and middle income countries and upper middle income countries. And we've used that to support eligibility for the Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund. Upper middle income countries, such as many in this region, are eligible to apply. However, they need to be making a stronger case for how this promotes poverty alleviation and economic development, such as advancing evidence and impact in least developed or lower income countries, or about making a case for how working within that country or region contributes serious and unique advancements on a critical issue, which can only be done in an upper middle income country. Okay. So the types of projects we support. So the the Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund supports projects across 4 pillars to reduce demand for illegal wildlife trade projects, to ensure effective legal frameworks, to strengthen law enforcement, and to support sustainable alternative livelihoods to benefit people directly affected by illegal wildlife trade. For the first time last year, we introduced a separate stream of funding rounds for different project sizes, partly to reflect that funding ladder I talked about earlier and how we can be supporting scaling up projects. So this is the guidance from last year, which we may look to update in July this year, but following insights from how it's worked in the first year as well, so looking to constantly improve it. But in 2021, we had evidence projects, which are looking to provide evidence base to address a gap to design an intervention. So this is where there's less evidence of where the problem is, or the Americas within South America and Central America. So actually an evidence project can support gathering that information in order to provide a stronger basis for the main projects, which are up to 3 years and are designed to test new and innovative interventions. So once you've got the stronger evidence base, you can support the scaling up of that. And then finally, when projects have been proven to be successful in one area, or through a mains project or through a different funding stream have proven to be successful, we've got a larger project size looking to be funding extra projects, which are up to £1.5 million. Good. Fine. Okay, so that should be what the Challenge Fund is. And I just wanted to quickly talk about the application process. So we haven't launched the funding yet for 2022, but just perhaps a general overview. It's a competitive grant scheme and it launches once a year. The application process takes approximately 1 year to award funding, and projects are invited to submit applications in a 2-stage process. The first step is to provide a concept note and a basic log frame with some optional evidence, such as supporting of, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then these are reviewed by our independent illegal wildlife trade advisory group, which are made up of experts covering the range of disciplines, so from enforcement to demand reduction to livelihoods. The illegal wildlife trade advisory group review all the applications and make a recommendation to DEFRA on which projects to invite through to stage 2. Successful projects will be invited through to stage 2 with some recommendations and feedback from the illegal wildlife trade advisory group. And for the stage 2 assessment, they will be providing an updated concept note, log frame, and then more detailed information around budgets, CVs, list of project partners as well. To support applications, we ask for projects to speak to our British embassies and British High Commissions in countries, which to help for to ensure that you have their support, to ensure that you have their to ensure that we have their support, and then they're able to help you navigate the process as well. Successful projects are invited. Successful projects at round 2 then will receive a grant agreement from the UK government and then look to monitor and report through the whole project cycle. Very good. So hopefully that's just a bit of a download of information about what the Challenge Fund is and how to apply. And then perhaps now we get to the more interesting bit where we get to hear from some of our wonderful projects about their experiences to share that with you all. Oh, I forgot a slide. I'll come back to that. Fantastic. So we've got some speakers here on the room and virtually who can talk about their projects within that have been supported by the Challenge Fund. So I'd like to first invite, do you need the clicker? Kurt Duches from the WCS to talk about their cross-border coordination project in Guatemala and Mexico. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Voy a hablar en español para hacerlo un poquito más rápido y dejarles la tarea a los traductores.
In Spanish to get the translators to work. Thank you very much for your job. The intention of presenting this project is to tell you a bit about the application process and at the same time tell you the project that we are implementing and do it and explain how and why. Starting with the word smart, you can see that in all the applications. It's got to be a specific project. We see this as a tree. I mean, this is a specific project, but with 1,000 branches down below. That makes it so complex, and that's what I'm going to explain now. It is like a trunk that's the specific they ask for, but all the branches below, that's the complexity of doing the project. So it's specific, measurable, how much in percentage we're going to increase of the judges that we're going to be training. We're going to do a survey before and after to see how much they learned in the process. If it's not measurable, that activity is not going to happen. So A is that it's been agreed before in English, right? Everything that we say that we're going to do with a partner in the project has to be previously agreed and included in the project. If we're going to be working with the government has to be in agreement of the project. If we're going to be working with another NGO, we need this letter of intention pre-agreed. R is for realistic. It's got to be achievable. Let's dream big, but not that big. You know, that's what they say in their application. It's got to be realistic. And then that it's got a time horizon. So this is a trans-border coordination. That's our project to reduce illegal trade in the green corridor between Guatemala and Mexico. So it's important to use the same words that DEFRA use. There's no green corridor. I mean, that's a reservation of a Maya biosphere. So we call it the Green Corridor because the proposal came from the Green Corridor. So we use the same words they use, the fund uses. So we are a big NGO, but we support other small NGOs in Mexico and Guatemala to also build their capability and the capacity to enforce the law in Guatemala and Mexico. And when we work with Honduras and Belize, the intention is it is not just us to run the project, but the other local NGOs to grow with it and to have and enjoy something that stays in the country. Next. So what was the problem? Briefly, the Mexicans were tree felling in the Mayan biosphere. There is a huge road from Mexico and Guatemala. It's 3 hours road through the forest to get to that point. But the Mexicans had to go there, so they're coming in to take these high-value tree species to export them to China. That's how we presented to the fund with the evidence we had. Press releases and publications of species that were there that they didn't have in Mexico that were being exported into China. So we didn't just make that up. We had the evidence of what was going on, and that's what we presented the fund. We need to fight this back. Government is not reaching out there, so we want to take the government there for them to protect us from these invading Mexicans. And we're going to work from the Mexican side so that the government in Mexico protects us from their invaders, so that they get to know that they're stealing the timber and that they're evading tax and they're invading the Mayan biosphere, and then brings poaching, hunting, these small airports and drug trafficking. So it's got a logic sequence. Next. This is just to explain what we're going to do, how and where the flows go. That's part of a project. Next. So first we spoke with the UK embassy in our country. This is our problem. We have the challenge fund coming our way. So we're going to propose the project to them, see what they see, come together. Let's go see the site. Is it interesting or not? Do you think this is possible? We're this institution, and that's how we let the UK government, before we apply, what we are doing and what our intention is. So once they call the embassy, they ask, okay, who are these guys? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're in the area, they're working there. Next, please. We have to also think about the people involved in the trafficking, the victims. We're not just going to fight those Mexicans coming in, but we also have people from Guatemala who are supporting them. Those Guatemalan people are doing it because they have this economic need. So if we mitigate that economic need with a productive project in the route that leads to the area, we're not just going to arrest the traffickers, but the route they're using, because right there, that's the communities that are involved. So we started with this productive project or something that's going to last in time. We just bring them just to cows for them to milk them, and life is over. No, we teach the women, the ones in charge there, to run productive projects with birds. So they have these laying hens. They sell the hens, but they just go to the town and buy the feed. So that's a productive project. If they do good as we're teaching them, that's going to be there forever. So they're selling chicken to other communities. Now they don't want the chicken because they eat, they feed because they want the natural corn, but they're making money. They have these very beautiful shelters, and men, because they didn't want agriculture, because they also wanted to make money. So we put this bee project, and we're selling organic honey produced in this biosphere, and they're all happy. If they manage them well, we're teaching them how to do this. They're going to have this business forever. We're teaching them how to market their honey. So what's the idea? We're helping that money not to get involved in that illegal trafficking. So when the traffickers come and talk about illegal timber, they say, no, I just prefer the honey because WCS comes here and help. And if I go work there, they're going to just catch me and aid is over. So it's got a logic. Long-term projects to stay there. There is this palm tree that's cut and then exported to Europe. We call it chate. This is like decoration palms. They're just they're very green and they just last forever. So they collect it from the forest, and they organized it in the yards. So they got these muddy situation. So when they were going to be exported, they were just prohibited because they had all these bugs. So we built this warehouse for the women, the ones in charge of that. So they organized these so they can just pack them clean, so they are export quality. Now they're exporting that in this warehouse that's gonna be there like for 35 years. This is not just a short-term project, but a productive activity that they already have. We're just helping them in the value chain so that they can export freely and legally. They don't export directly, but they sell it to an exporter, but the product they're selling, it's export quality. Next, and we're talking about this trafficking issue. Everything that we're doing is to fight illegal trade in the Mexican border. And you see that the mangrove, the branches extend everywhere. So COVID, there was part of a project. We asked the fund to give us more money, and they did. And we started to support the communities with COVID test treatments. We brought them nurses, gloves, masks, and the whole process. And 2 people got COVID in the whole community, just 2. out of everyone else, because we told them how to manage that in the middle of a pandemic. That was the relief they got. We're working with a local NGO in Guatemala for them to bring to the government in these motorcycles to come to patrol the area. So they got there the first time. They arrested these 3 Mexicans. They prosecuted them. They gave them a fine. They deported them back to Mexico. And they did it 2 or 3 times. They arrested Mexicans, and it's been 21 months. No, just one illegal tree felling in the area. Not just one single event, because of the presence of a patrol and all the actions of a project based or as a result of a project. This is a smart tool, spatial monitoring, a reporting tool, training workshop. This is a tool that we use for monitoring. Next. We have consulting on where the illegal flows are going, how much it's being caught, what's happening in Mexico, what's the laws that governments are having out of a timber that they're taking. So we have this comprehensiveness of a project. It's not just one thing that we're doing, but it's a comprehensive approach of a project that has better acceptance from the donor and the government and the NGOs and the communities, because it's a project that embraces the whole spectrum of the impact of illegal trade. We analyze information because this we present to the authorities, we present to the governments of both countries. We tell them this is what's going on, this is what we're doing. So this is what you should be doing. If you want this to stay the way it is, just keep on in this direction. We're not gonna be just here forever. We're not gonna be here forever, but this is the information. This is the analysis. We started already, so just keep it on. We've detected that in Mexico, in the Mexican side near the border, they're saying that it's not a good idea to invade because now the Guatemalans are there patrolling and we're arresting them. That had never happened before, and that's thanks to this project. Next, please. This is the last one. This is our partners. Most of them local in Guatemala, the government, NGOs from Guatemala, Mexican NGOs, Mexican government. We included everybody. So lesson learned, to present a project to the fund, include everyone involved. If they're gonna give us a cake, just distribute half. That's good, because we reinforce, we strengthen local capabilities, we strengthen in the long term. There are more people involved, our expertise, maybe they don't have ours, we don't have theirs, so we share the expertise. We include the government, we include associations, everybody involved in the area. And then we write a project in English, in British English, right? I cannot write projects for the fund. We have a specialized staff that can write in that English that we don't learn here in America. It's complex, and it's something that I don't write that English. When you read the proposal, it's more complicated. You have to pay closer attention to digest all the information in the proposal that if it came from an American donor. And it's a bit more effort. We know that. And it's good to count on someone in the institution, some support that helps write those reports. Those reports are written in British English, which is slightly different. And it's notorious, and it's got to be like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Kurt and I sat next. We're fine. So yeah, I think you can see from such a short presentation quite how comprehensive and holistic that project is. And yeah, very much welcome feedback on experience from applicants such as Kurt as to some of the peculiarities of perhaps applying for illegal wildlife trade challenge funding. Next, we will hear from Maria Daniela Pineda about her project on demand reduction for birds in Venezuela. Maria.
Gracias. Yo hoy les voy a hablar desde otra perspectiva.
From a different perspective, I'm going to talk about a local NGO and how our experience has been with the Challenge Fund. Our project is named Change in Behavior to Reduce the Demand in Illegal Trade of Venezuelan Birds, or the short version, Flying Together. Our objective, next please, has been to increase the adoption of best practices for the design, evaluation, and monitoring of behavior change campaigns to reduce the demand of fauna. And also, or in addition to reducing the demand, we intend to increase the taxonomic scope and geographic scope that we have had with these campaigns, which are generally aimed at big mammals or flagship species both in Asia and Africa, but for Latin America, there are very few examples. Next, please. We want to do this by implementing these behavior change campaigns focused on reducing the demand intention of 2 species of birds in Venezuela that are threatened by illegal trade. But in addition to this, we want to build tools and guidelines to design and monitor change of behavior campaigns that are adapted to the context and the realities of Latin America. Next, please. We have the funding of 205,000 pounds that have to be executed in 31 months. The project started in September last year, and it's planned to be completed in March 2024. Next, please. During this period, we've committed ourselves to generate or to produce 2 scientific papers with the impact outcomes of the campaigns, and also 3 tools and guidelines based on the implementation, monitoring, and starting with the design, then implementation, and then with the monitoring of these behavior change campaigns focused on reducing the demand of wildlife. Our national partners, we have a few of them. This is one of the keys. Having allies, partners in the region, in the country, it's important to work with the local. We have the Cardenalito Initiative, the Leslie Panton Zoo, the governor of the Nueva Esparta state, the Venezuelan Institute of Scientific Research, a local rural funding foundation, Fundefir, and we have the UICN from the Netherlands and the Smithsonian Institute. Now, the important point, how the Challenge Fund has helped us achieve our objectives. Being a small organization, well, beyond providing the funding to implement these specific interventions, the Challenge Fund has allowed us to create a specific line to tackle the illegal trade of wildlife. While we've, back please. We have been doing this for many years as part of the conservation programs of our focal species, which is the Cardenalito and the yellow-naped Amazon. So the treatment was beyond the species and conservation. The funds of the Challenge Fund allowed us to formalize the creation of an illegal line of trade as part of the conservation programs that we were managing. The yellow-naped Amazon and the Cardenalito initiative. We also want to continue with this line with other species like turtles, caiman, and other products such as the illegal poaching, and which are of relevance in the country but in the region too. Other support that we have received is to continue to train professionals. Before the proposal, people with experience in illegal trade were just 2 people. This number has increased to 6, and this is a modest increase, but for us this is the promise that technical capability continues to grow in the country. On the other hand, it has also increased the visibility of our work and our work networks. Can you hear me there? Okay, thank you. Beyond the visibility that we've gained based on our previous publications and the baseline studies that we already had, our job was not very visible in the region and at the NGO level. In relation to wildlife trade, we were known because of the conservation programs. In these seven months, we've been able to discuss ideas and collaborate with traffic and other research groups in Bonaire, Bolivia, Brazil, and Argentina that are interested in reducing the demand of wildlife. So this, for us, has represented a new air, because at every meeting we've come up with new ideas and tools to incorporate in our campaigns. Next, please. Now, we have divided the keys to a successful application in two groups: before preparing the proposal, and then I'm going to talk about during the proposal, during the application. Our recommendation go from the perspective of a local small NGO. In our context, we have maximum of 45 staff, out of which the ones that are working in this trade, it is just 6 of us. Before preparing the application, we recommend to invest in creating the technical capability inside the country to put the proposal together. The problem that many NGOs face in the region, as my colleague just said, is that the expert is not local. Usually it is a foreigner, and that implies a lot of challenges in communication, and it is difficult to understand the local context. So we have built that capability in our institution in 2 ways. First, we have people from the community that work with us, and we have people in Provita that live out there in the community. So this is how it is easier for them to adapt to the social and economic context of the communities. Also, we have the policy to invest in building baseline knowledge so that our actions are based on evidence. A second important point is to create collaborations with local organizations. More than having that support that is required by the financier, it is fundamental that we are aware that a project of this magnitude cannot be implemented by one organization alone. So we need to coordinate this technical logistic support that we can get from local partners, those people that are interested in joining your project. That's going to help you, of course, reduce costs and time of implementation. Finally, but not least important, I'm going to highlight the issue of having a presence in the communities, because this is essential. As I said, we have people from the community that work inside our organization. We have opened the doors for them to come work with us, and at the same time our people have gone and live in the community, so they know the problem from the source, and we can understand the issue apart from conservation, but we can contextualize that to the cultural, social, economic reality of the communities that are facing it, and that's unique for the project, the Challenge Fund. So this is how a small NGO can dare to dream with winning a funding of this type. Thank you. Next, please. Okay, now when you're preparing the proposal, that's a lot more technical. You have to read very carefully all the instructions. The Challenge Fund has the guidelines, terms of reference that are very comprehensive, that are going to help you prepare your proposal. You're going to find there very good examples, recommendations. You just have to follow that to the letter. They also have online sessions, Q&A. Just try to be there. That's going to be very useful, and you're going to get valuable information, but you're going to also calibrate how well directed or not you are in comparison to other projects. Something important to us is the fiscal year. The fiscal year in the UK goes from April to March, not like ours that goes from January to December. So when you plan the timetable, the budget, and everything, take that into account, because they have mechanisms to adjust that but that's going to, I mean, if you take that into account, you're going to save a lot of time and resources. And finally, we recommend to include the cost of the audit in your budget. The Challenge Fund requests that the annual financial report be audited. Normally, small organizations, we have these annual audits in all the organizations, but at the Challenge Fund, it requires that this is only for the expenses of the project, and the dates are different as opposed to the reports that we have to deliver. So this represents additional expense, which is important to be included in the budget. So on behalf of my team, I want to thank you. This is our contact information if you want to reach out to us. To use the toolkits that we're going to produce, you can create your own campaigns adapted to the Latin American context. Thank you.
Yeah, that was very insightful and interesting. Because of time, I'll move straight on to Robert Wallace, and hopefully we can answer have some questions at the end. Rob, can you hear us?
I can, yes. I didn't have a presentation.
Yep, that's fine. Happy just to hear you speak.
But I found one that would work. So I'm going to try and share my screen.
Oh, okay. I'll hand over to you, Rob. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leila, for the invitation. My name is Rob Wallace, and I work for the Wildlife Conservation. Lo voy a hablar en castellano, perdón, mil perdones. Mi nombre es Rob Wallace y trabajo para WCS en Bolivia, y en la región de Andes, Orinoco.
Region of the Andes, Orinoco, and Amazonia. And we've been working with the support of the funding of the Challenge Fund, of the IWT Challenge Fund, for more than 2 years now. So the first thing that I want to share with you is the fact that you don't have to be discouraged, because we started by preparing a proposal for 3 years for funding, and we were able to pass the first selection phase, but unfortunately in the second phase we were not selected. And what we have done is to reduce the ambition of the project down to a shorter period, a bit more than a year, as a kind of a trial or test. As Leila explained, now it is a bit more formal. But back then, that was one of the advice of our colleagues, so that's what we did, and happily we were able to get this 15-month funding, and with all this pandemic, that period extended, and then we've been able to apply for a longer project that we're executing at the moment. So as you can see, I'm going to tell you a bit about what the project is about. The project is precisely about this problem you've been hearing during the Congress, which is the emerging trade of parts of jaguar, specifically the teeth of the fangs of a jaguar in the region. So as you know, the threats to jaguars historically have been, of course, the trade of fur up to the 80s and 90s, before the CITES legislation started to be applied, and there is also destruction of habitat, conflict with cattle farming, and the poaching. So as an institution, we're different, a different landscape at the regional level, including a transporter landscape in the north, west of Bolivia, and the southeast of Peru, with multiple protected areas that we can see here, including the Manipi protected area, which is the more biodiverse protected area in the world. but also there is an overlapping with many indigenous territories, which is typical in the Amazon region. And we've been monitoring the population of jaguars in iconic sites like the Valley of the Tuichi, which is one of the most important sites for tourism in Bolivia. And we can demonstrate that in that period, the population of jaguar, since the creation of the park, has recovered. I'm going to speed up here a little bit, but in 2014, we started to see these cases of international trade of jaguars' fangs in the country, and we were very concerned about the meaning of that and what that was going to mean for the jaguar populations. We've been working therefore with the authorities to systematize the information on the jaguar, including specific trade, but also developing with the support of different donors, including the and judges. I spoke about jaguars yesterday, and here this is the summary that, I mean, this slide is outdated because it's like 45 institutions now, the ones that have contributed to automate and systematize the information we have on jaguars trade in the country. So
therefore, there was no information, there were wrong data, and right now we have very specific data about the number of jaguars that have been detected by the authorities in different cases, and at the country level, and also even including 2 events that have been in China. We have also done online monitoring and communication in social media, including the participation of the British ambassador in Bolivia, and also back then the directors of the DGP in activities to share the relevance of this topic with the Bolivian society at the national level, but also obviously in different types of activities, art contests, etc. We have been sharing throughout the pandemic the link between the traffic problem and also the zoonotic diseases. So why not? But another element of the project is how to work at the local level, and as I have mentioned, we have been working and supporting indigenous communities in the also presenting this self-statements against trafficking, because we do believe that it's very important to act at the national level with the police, with the minister, with the National Service of Protected Birds, but also at the local level. I'm not going to delve much more, but thank you so much. And I think that something very important that Kurt, Maria, and Daniela have shared about the advice that I was going to say about how to participate about the online spaces for training. But if it's something new, we need to think about a short-term project and not so much initial funding to be able to prove the hypothesis. It's a good idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rob, and thank you for putting that presentation out without any preparation for that. So thank you. I think we heard 3 very different perspectives there, which I think probably partly illustrates the range of projects that can be funded from the Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund. I think I took out a couple of points. I think that was sort of came out throughout across the multiple presentations. Where did I write them down now? And I thought I'd share them, but people may wish to share their own reflections. I think, Maria, you mentioned there's a quite comprehensive set of guidance out there through webinars and through the material that's published at the launch of each funding round. And I think, as Maria said, actually, looking at that guidance, reading it carefully to understand at each round what the UK and DEFRA is looking for is beneficial, but also reaching out to the contact details that I'll share through our fund manager, as well as other projects to understand kind of what that means if there are any questions about what some of that wording is, which I think picks up to Kurt's point around language and being able to really understand the language. I think there was a huge bit there to move on, I think, to talk about understanding language, both in terms of what's meant, but also, as Maria said, the financial language, for the UK and how that works. So, something for us to take away there, but also for advice. Partnerships came out quite heavily for me, both partnerships with other projects you've supported, partnerships with the British Embassy, the British High Commissions, as well as partnerships with community groups as well. And then I think finally the piece I heard across for Rob and Maria in particular was around ensuring that underpinning evidence base for what we're trying to achieve and ensure that's shared within the application for the Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund Advisory Group to review. And if there are gaps in evidence that your Challenge Fund project is seeking to address, then being clear about that as well, because that's part of what the fund is there to do. But yeah, being upfront and clear about that. So another big thank you to Maria, Kurt and Rob for sharing that. I think we do have something else in this room in 10 minutes, but I do wonder whether there's actually time for questions from the room, or I don't know if people are able to do questions online as well. So no one's telling me not. So I just, to open up perhaps in the room, whether people had any questions for our panel about their individual projects, or questions for myself on the purpose of the illegal wildlife trade and Challenge Fund and the application process.
I do have a question. I will say it in English. Does past application that were not successful should be presented again with changes? Is it a possibility to that proposal to be funded, or is it better to rebuild it to present a new one? That's one question. And another, if you have a current project, is it advisable to present another one? If you have, we currently have one, and it will overlap with this round 8. So is it prudent for us to present a new project that is not going to be on the same subject?
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. On past applications, I would say it depends why it hasn't been successful. So if it hasn't been successful because the advisory group suggests there's a fundamental delivery problem, or the context is wrong, or something like that. If it's, if there's a fundamental, perhaps critique from the advisory group who independently review and advise these applications, then to resubmit it without any changes, is probably not advisable. However, if the context has shifted or something has changed, then actually being able to resubmit the application with that new evidence and that new case, would absolutely welcome that application. And the second question on whether you can have overlapping projects for the advice, on the application forms, you will add details of your past projects, and our fund manager may look at past project performance. If you've been successful in significant projects, that that can be taken into account. So on that regard, past projects, people do I guess, understand performance from past projects, but it's not but projects will be looked at in their individual merit on that sense.
Just to follow up on Kurt's question, is there feedback on why your proposal was not successful? And two, is the fund, the grant, based on reimbursement, or is it upfront grant? So
thank you for that question. So There is, at stage 1 and stage 2, there is feedback from the advisory group, with the exception of, for want of a better term, very low performing applications. So there are some stage 1 applications which are deemed as, say, ineligible, and they won't get detailed feedback. But for stage 1 and stage 2, feedback is normally provided. Typically, we pay quarterly in arrears. However, for, say, small organisations, or other organisations who can't accept funding in arrears, we can look to make exceptions to be paying in advance of need, which I know is something we're discussing with UNODC as well. Thank you, Kurt.
Gracias. Tres preguntas. De acuerdo a la experiencia que han tenido
according
los
to the experience that we have had for the people that submit their projects, what is the average time for formulation? How much did it happen since the idea was initiated until the project was structured and ready for presentation? And number 2, according to the experience of the fund, what is the average of resources that you fund? For example, to take a project to be successful in funding, or more or less, how much would it be? And number 3, can we present a proposal that has several stages, for example, phase 1, that it's more research, and then some other phases for implementation?
Thank you. I missed the first I'll answer the second tier, and if you could repeat the first one. And for the last round, so round 7, approximately 12% of, we had 180 applications and ended up funding around 21 successful applications. So there was, there's a significant amount of projects that do not get funded. For the round 8, the most recent round, which was launched last year, we have looked to make the fund more focused in what it's asking for and clearer in what it's asking for, to help, as you've said, to support projects not to invest that resource if they're unlikely to get funding. So we're looking to be clearer on that. So we've had a smaller number of applications this year, which we think is a smaller number of high-quality, focused applications that deliver against the objectives in the fund, and we expect to be funding a higher proportion of those as well. And now I've forgotten the third question. Can anyone? How long to build a project? Well, I'll put that to perhaps to Kurt. So for funding, from application, when we receive the application to funding, it's approximately a year. But I will perhaps put it to our panel, Rob, Kurt, or Maria, whether you wanted to provide insight on how long it takes to build.
Para proyectos pequeños, regularmente desde que sale la notificación hasta que la tienes.
Since the notification to when you have to submit it, it's 2 or 3 months. Therefore, you have it to have it ready, according to the complexity of your project. Sometimes we have it ready many times before, and only we follow the specifics of that round. But if you start when the application comes out, it won't give you time. And right now, we already have a notice that in June, that's why we need to have everything ready, all the supports, all the information ready, so that when it's ready, you just adjusted it to the specifics of what this proposal brings, and this is what we do. And sometimes we're ready 6 months before, knowing that therefore by the end of 2023 we're going to initiate it 2024. But yes, we prepare it much before they tell us that it's ready. And the third question was regarding to presenting projects in several stages. That we have a first stage regarding to research, and then to have later phases about implementation.
As Rob, I guess, shared, he's done just that. He has had almost the initial evidence provided, and then on a shorter project is the stage 1, and then has come back to submit for a more detailed project. So I think you can separate your project into phases, but you would, at the moment, you'd be reapplying each year on an individual basis. But you can be sharing, in the application, you will share evidence and successes from your previous project. Thank you. I think if there's no urgent questions in the room, I think we will leave it there. So once again, can I ask for my slides to be brought back up? I just wanted to share the key dates. I thought Kurt created an excellent plug. One moment. Can you go to the previous slide, please? And once again, previous. And one more time. And one more time. There you go. Thank you. So as Kurt said, responding to feedback and a request from our colleagues in the region, we're wanting to give you early notice of our estimated, expected time for launching rounds to ensure that people have as much time as possible to be preparing. I will caveat this with, the guidance will be being refined until July, so it might be varying slightly from what I've shared, but these are, I guess, the estimated times for funding rounds. So thank you very much once again to our panel, Maria, Kurt and Rob, for sharing their experiences, and thanks to the audience in the room and virtually for joining us, and please do get in touch for any further questions about the Illegal Wildlife Trade Challenge Fund. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Es un gusto. 2 publicaciones científicas en 2 años. Qué ambicioso. ¿Y cómo van?
Bien, vamos.
¿Sí?
Bien.
Pues, ¿y en qué revista?
Bueno, en Diversity. Claro, lo que pasa es que la organización ya tiene 30 años trabajando con esto.
No sé. Do you have the pointer? Ahí está.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our event, which is the promotion of wildlife trafficking as an illicit crime. These are lessons learned with environmental judges and the civil society. This event is organized by USAID Peru through the project Prevenir and the organizations Oceana Peru, BWS Peru, and the Derecho Ambiente y Recursos Naturales. We are going to give you an idea about the developments that we've had. And in this sense, we wanted to highlight that in Peru, there's a very important advancement. Yesterday, we were working on the prosecuting of a crime event. We have very effective judgments, and what we expect with this project is that our legal operators have better tools. That's why we're going to facilitate the event, and we're going to participate with Carmen Heg from Oceana. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for your interest in this initiative. And as you know, regarding the organization that we present, we are focused on sustainable fishing and marine preservation. That's when I say why the crimes of illicit trade have to be considered organized crimes through the examples associated to the trafficking of aquatic species and illegal fishing. Why is this important? We can say that throughout the world, 50% of fishing is illegal, non-declared, non-regulated. Of this percentage, then it's not reported. Part of it would be destined to illegal trafficking. This sub-registry contributes to the fact that we have illegal species trafficking. We estimate that at a global level between 18 and 14 million tons of resources are lost or are exported in a legal manner. And in South America, this volume go up to 1.7 million tons. And that's why it is important to treat illegal trafficking as an organized crime, and this is a very important step to be able to stop these crimes. The magnitude of these crimes sometimes doesn't seem so important. However, it's more than what we may consider. We can say that illicit wildlife trafficking, it's the fourth more lucrative, and according to this, the estimate of the wildlife trafficking, when we exclude timber, generates surpluses of more than $10 million. However, the illicit trading of hydrological resources generate more than $9.5 million annually. According to FAO, we can say that the impacts are not just financial, but we have 26 million tons of fishing resources for illegal fishing. That means that one out of five fish it's captured in a legal manner. The World Bank in 2019 estimated and reported that the countries that are the origin of illicit species lose $12 million for potential fiscal revenues that are not collected, and this affects the development potential that countries like ours may have that are the origin countries. Okay, other very important aspect is that these are threatened species. Above all, in Peru, and what we talk about the aquatic species trafficking, we have the hammerhead, the sharks. We have the seahorses, the paiche, amongst other, and we have very clear ideas that these species are traded through networks that have a very international scope. We have cases of shark fins not only in Peru but also in Ecuador, Chile, Costa Rica, Mexico, and in Peru since 2018 until now, and through customs we have done several interventions that have had that only by 2020 we've been able to seize 30 tons of meat and shark fins, and that's why 7 kilos of seahorses, that compared to the volume of seahorses, it's not much, 117 kilos. However, this figure represents more than 19,000 seahorses specimens, and here one can check out what is the real impact of these crimes. And this is a very small figure. And in 2019, there was a seizure that I wanted to highlight of 12 million seahorses, and in Peruvian waters, which is a very significant number. But also the important thing is that the operations that led to this seizure was an anti-drugs seizure. People thought that that cargo was loaded with cocaine. At the end, what they found was seahorses. What this shows us is that these types of crime are not communicated. It's the same networks, the same mafia, the same pathways, the same routes, and that's why they need the same tools to challenge them, and that's what we are seeking with this initiative. But besides illegal fishing, and I'm going. Okay, illegal fishing and illegal trafficking are not the only crimes that are associated to fishing activities, but also we have crimes that happen in all the value chain since the planning, say, of the fishing, the obtention of permits, in some cases false permits, transformations, money laundering. There are a series of crimes that are being linked to associated to the fishing and aquatic species trafficking. That's why in 2016 the Financial Intelligence Unit decided to do an assessment about the risk of money laundering and funding towards terrorism by fishing in Peru. And the results highlighted that one of the main threats for money laundering in the sector is the extraction and legal processing of fish for the development of fish meal, because of the high profits that it generates. Both in 2014 and 2017, there was the illegal production of 90,000 tons of fish meal with a value that it's more than $130 million a year. We can say that the report highlights that there are mafias dedicated to organized crimes that include, as part of its activities, the activities associated to the fishing sector, and they mention as one of the risks the infiltration of drug trafficking funds in fishing activities. That's why, once again, it is so important to be able to use these tools, to be able to identify all these mafias and to be able to link all the different crimes that are being committed within the illegal trafficking chain. And okay, in order to make my presentation, and it's what we're going to see what are the improvement possibilities. And we can say that despite this law, we need to understand the regulatory framework to be able to cover the voids that we have both in the local and international regulations. And I'm just going to mention two examples. In Peru, the picuos are protected, and that's why they cannot be traded. And when I talk about picuo, I'm talking about the Merlin. But what happens when the cargo comes from international waters? When it's extraction, it's not forbidden. What does the customs office do? Can they intervene or not? And these are some of the things that have to be solved, as well as the transfer in Peru. We can only do a transfer on land. It's not. Maritime transfers are not forbidden, but they are permitted in international waters, and this also happens in the case of the sharks and in the traffic that there is between Peru and Ecuador. We do know that in some cases, the vessels that fish in Peru, they do the transfers at sea and then unload these sharks in Peru as if they had been done in Peruvian waters, because we can fish sharks. And okay, these are two examples, and I'm gonna show you because we're running out of time. Okay, just to finish off, I would also like to show you this example to be able to see the relevance of strengthening the coordination between the government institutions as well amongst the states. And this is something else that it's going to enable this initiative. So for treating, we need a higher information flow. And that's why in this image we can see the route of a vessel that leaves Peru with containers filled with fins, which is the red line. They go through Ecuador and then they go through Colombia and Mexico to go to their final destination. And it's very important to be able to have the information available about what's the movement of such containers. Over here we can see how the vessel is moving, but we don't know what's happening with the containers in the way, what's their content, if the content of fins have changed, if the containers have been replaced. These fins could have been changed for others of higher value or for illegal things. And that's going to be the end of my presentation, and I'm going to give the word to Héctor Ventura, that it's going to be here with us to tell us about his initiative to be able to include these crimes in the law against organized crime in Peru. Okay, I would like to thank USAID, and in the same way I would like to thank the Colombian government and also the Environment Minister for having invited me. I'm the Congressman Héctor Ventura from the Republic of Peru. And yes, definitely this leads us to say that we've been working, or that we've been working in the law, and so that the common crimes that have been established in our criminal code that go against the wildlife, the flora and fauna, are included in law 03076, which is the organized crime law. This happens because the background said that these crimes were considered the simple crimes, common crimes that no one would pay attention to, and this has led so that these crimes have increased not only in Peru but also in South America. And the Dr. Kate says because we have other countries involved, even European countries. That's why it's very important to mention that the work of this law has to be coordinated and has to be included in the different organizations of my country, with the participation of our legal powers, the Congress, which I'm now representing. And I say this, I mention this because many times our legal operators, the judges, the prosecutors, the national police, don't have the tools that are required to be able to counteract this criminal network. And that's why what we are seeking with this law, it's to be able to provide legal tools, to be able to provide legal and administrative tools that allow to have an efficient tool that counteracts this corruption actions. And I think that this is a way to change the Article 3 of the law 30077. This law seeks to eradicate the illegal flora and fauna trade and the genetic resources associated to the biodiversity, at the same time to give our legal operators better tools so that they can, and also give them ways to approach it. It considers the inclusion of 6 environmental crimes of the illicit trade of flora and fauna. And and of genetic resources, and also the illicit trade of aquatic flora, the extraction and the illegal processing of aquatic species, and the depredation of wildlife, flora, and fauna that have been included in Articles 308, 308A, 308B, 308C, 308D, and also 309 of our Code 13 of our Criminal Code in Peru. Okay, this includes 6 crimes that I had mentioned against wildlife and genetic resources that have been considered in Article 3 of the law. And okay, this the legal tools, we get to know the same ones that are going to include, we can say, at a range that would be between 8 and 15 years of prison, and also fines. And even if they are aggravating circumstances, the penalty could be increased to 15 and 20 years and around 180 to 160 fine days. Okay, this proposal, it's going to change all the banking secrets. We can say during the investigation, the judge, upon request of the prosecutor, may request the lifting of the banking secrets, and likewise the usage of very special techniques. And this makes a reference to where the judge may request the adoption of specialized investigation techniques like the use of cover-up agencies, the interception of communications, the circulations of criminal assets that allow that the species or goods come in, go out, or circulate without interference of supervision, with the purpose of discovering the people that are involved in one of these crimes, and also to provide assistance to foreign authorities.
Likewise, the police could seize, without the permit of the prosecutor or judge, to seize the instruments, goods, or any other asset stemming from the crime or at the service of the criminal organization, if there is a red-handed situation, or if a crime is being committed. And longer terms for investigation. For the preparatory investigation is 120 days. Whereas in the case of crimes perpetrated by organized crime, the term could go up to 36 months. This project, or this bill, also allows anticipated termination. There are certain legal assumptions under which the initiative of a plaintiff or the prosecutor can be ended with an anticipated hearing before the accusation. However, these crimes committed through organized crime cannot access this benefit. Longer times of imprisonment. The detentions by the police of Peru could take up to 24 hours. Preliminary detentions could go up to a maximum of 72 hours, and in case there are complex situations, such term could go up to 7 days. The increase in time in preventive arrest before trial, as opposed to common crime, organized crime allowed the detention during 36 months before the trial that could be prolonged for additional 12 months. That means the accused could be in prison for 48 months before the trial. In this regard, we can note that we intend again to protect or to provide, as members of a Congress of a Republic, for our legal operators to have the tools necessary to counteract these offenses, which, as I said before, were treated as common crime before. But it's important that we, as legislators, provide a clear push so that they're not treated as common crime, but an organized crime that have been disrupting the peace. And what other thing can we call them? Destroying our nature, because our natural resources belong to the development of a country. Thank you very much, Congressman. Now I want to give the floor to Attorney Cesar Ipensa. Thank you very much, Congressman and Dr. Carmen. I'd like to start by saying that the project I belong to the Prevenir project. This project intends to work for 5 years in Peru with the government, the civil society, and the private sector to prevent and combat environmental crimes for the conservation of our Amazon region. So we have created this with our partners of Oceana, WCS, and DAR. Here we've been able to indicate that there are certain aspects that we have already documented in this policy draft. If you want to have a copy of these, you can get one in the table outside. So, but this aligns all the elements that connect this crime that for us was invisible, and it was kind of neglected. And some of the judges said that there was no organized crime, but there was no offense when we spoke about this type of events that affect everybody's property. So this document depicts what we already know, that Peru, because of its biodiversity condition as our host country, Colombia, we're in a very vulnerable situation due to this type of crimes. By being this type of mega diverse countries with very few controls, with diversity of actors and administrative agencies, with lack of capacities to manage this wealth, has brought us to where we are today. Even the connection of these wildlife trade and these new diseases and viruses, it's been indicated that the Amazon could develop 1,200 new viruses only in the Amazon region. So this is a very relevant topic to treat. So beyond what it represents in funding and all the economic flows as a fourth more profitable business in the world, we must say that this also poses a threat for the society in the modern times. So COVID has killed more than 2 million people, and it's got a zoonotic origin and based on the economic flows, but also for the life itself. So this, no doubt, has posed as a threat for our society, as I have just mentioned. From our strategy against wildlife trade, we've identified the routes. I remember the case, for example, where our judges identified, or our legal bodies identified this citizen trafficking birds, but they would just he just had to sign a book. But what happened is that he left the country and continued to commit this crime in the Sasaco operation that was executed by the Europol. The Spanish police was able to intervene, and this man was part of the a criminal organization that traded smuggled birds from Colombia, Peru, and other countries in Africa. So we need tools to tackle these sort of offenses. Next, please. So this is how even from before the high-level conference that took place in Lima, Peru was betting on including the crime of wildlife trade in our organized crime offenses. Many times people are confused because they think that when we speak about including wildlife trade in organized crime offenses, they're not in our criminal code, but they are, and we have penalties. We have incarceration and imprisonment, and our specialized prosecutor's office in environmental matters have gotten to effective sentences of imprisonment due to the perpetration of these crimes. During pandemic, we've got sentences for bird illegal trade over the internet, but these crime has also become more sophisticated. It's taken new circles of power, and if we, the ones that design the policies, the policymakers, we don't give them the tools to our judges, to our prosecutors, it is very difficult that we're going to be able to sanction them. So since the year 2019, the Fuerza Popular, a parliamentary group, presented a bill, and then another party presented another bill, and we had this favorable ruling in the Justice Commission, and unfortunately, because of the context that country had to go through, it was not discussed in the Congress. So in addition to that, we have one of our congressmen here that presented or sponsored this bill, Congressman Ventura. Next, please. Congressman Ventura presented Bill 463, and in addition to including all these crimes of illegal wildlife trade as a grave crime, it also includes the trade of genetic resources. We have genetic resources, the crime of biopiracy, but this is another tool because sometimes it is invisible. People say that type of crime doesn't exist. I can picture a criminal organization trafficking with animals. The thing is that we're not seeing what happens in practice if we don't have those tools to intervene, communications, if we don't have those tools to observe these young 24-year-olds that constitute companies and then export like millionaire businesses with a shark fin to Asia, and those that export animals that come from the breeding centers with regional government papers saying that everything is okay. We cannot tackle this and prosecute it. And then Congressman Parion and Malaga have presented bills very similar, and I must recall that the last bill from Congressman Pariona goes a bit farther. It increases the penalties to the current crimes, and it takes them out to 7 and 9, 8 years that had the same penalties of a criminal organization, but it also mentions wildlife. But this is multiple parties in our country that have proposed the need to discuss and discuss and implement this tool. We've had very adverse situations in the Justice Commission where we have to approve this bill, but unluckily these tools are not being provided, and I think this is a good opportunity to make it visible. So what can we include with the wildlife trade crimes in our organized crime law? For example, as Congressman said, we need to increase penalties, graver policies, and lift the banking secrecy of the undercover agent. Our criminal organizations, the ones we have right now connected to the environmental crime, like illegal tree felling that have involved the regional governors and officials from different state agencies, it can only be seen because of communication or telephone tapping or the intervention to email communications. Without that, it would be very difficult to have identified them or to prosecute them. Another important thing is international cooperation. These crimes transcend our borders. Carmen said clearly that not only it is the Peruvian fins, but they come from Ecuador too. Our birds not only go through Colombia as destination of our wildlife, but Brazil, Bolivia. So all that demand Despite being mega diverse countries, we need to cooperate. Without this, we're not going to be able to do much. So we need more retention time, increase in preventive arrest, and also the financial intel unit in our superintendence of banking presents possibilities to use intel, financial intel, to tackle this crime. Next, please. Recently, the Justice Commission, regardless of having these projects since last year, has not decided where Congressman Ventura is the secretary, and somehow he's opened the doors to reflect and foster and support these initiatives. Next, please. The Agricultural Commission, another commission where the projects have landed, has decided on this project. So I think we have a tremendous opportunity. Peru has a huge commitment to help defend our natural heritage, and every society must have that same commitment in benefit of the society as a whole. So this is it from our side. Thank you very much for your attention. But also, I'd like to give the floor now to our woman here, Dr. Flor de Maria Vega Zapata. She's our higher prosecutor coordinator, specialized prosecutors specialized in environment, and she plays a very important role to defend our natural heritage. For all of us that collaborate with her, we feel very proud to make our country compliant with the rules and defending our heritage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for inviting me to participate in the closure of this event. It's very important for us as environmental prosecutors. We are very happy and excited about the possibility that this bill becomes law, because the issue of wildlife crime from this organized crime perspective is important, because the prosecutor is going to have the tools that can only be used in these type of investigations, in this type of processes. So we're very happy each of you have spoken about the difference between an ordinary proceeding due to the terms of investigation, but because we use all the type of tools, all the hearings, the undercover, and among others. So it is extremely important that this bill gets approved, because we have commented, because we have received requests from the congressman, and we have always provided our opinion in favor. Even there is a project that is being issued by the Commission of Justice, which is not aligned to what we need, so we have opposed it. We have explained why, and we are expecting that the force of Congressman Ventura, not because he belongs to the popular force, his party, but his force as a congressman, for this bill to become a law. And this is going to help us in our investigations. We're going to have more strict penalties. So we had a process with the prosecutor in the province. We had 29 arrests. We have people from Iquitos, people from the police, from the DCAPI, and from the region and other agencies. We have people from Surford too, and so on. So we realized that these techniques are necessary, because we're going to have more time for investigations. We're going to have more time to trace and track them for longer and then take action. So I'm very happy that this initiative, Doctor, I know that you've been pushing this for some time now, different levels. And with a congressman who's leading, I know this is going to be a law very soon, and that's going to help us in our investigations. Again, the killing of our marine and wildlife. Thank you. So we want to thank all the attendees to the conference through the Minister's YouTube channel. We want to remind you that we have the hashtag Por la Vida Silvestre, and we hope to see you in our next events. Thank you very much.